Hey there and welcome back to TwicPics channel. If you want to build this application, you can build it. But what we are making the platform which build this application for you. So today in this video, we are going to build an portfolio builder application for the developer or startup owner where they can put their project, the startups, everything what they want through our application. So guys, let's walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all other things. So if you see on the screen, once we authenticated to our application with the help of Clerk authentication, you will jump directly on this admin panel where you will see this beautiful side navigation bar with the modern structure. Then here you have option to add your bio, and on the right hand side you will see this beautiful mobile preview section. Now this preview will update automatically as soon as you are writing. So let me show you the demo. For example, you want to change this to YouTube and boom, it gets saved without clicking any button. Not only that, but it also update our mobile preview. Now here you can update bio. You have option to add the address or a link as well. Then below you will see the all the project list. Now here you can add a new project or startup. Click on it, add the link, whatever the link you want to add. So let's say my first startup.com and then click add new project. Now once you add this project, you will see over here, but you can also see that particular project on the screen. Now you can add the project name. Let's say my first startup. Hey friends, this is my first startup. Okay, and then you have option to add a link. You can even select the category. You can have option to add a banner, or you can even enable or disable this graph. Okay, now if you want to upload the startup button, let's upload this beautiful icon, and once you upload this icon, you will see that icon on this preview as well. Okay, if you don't want this graph, you can just hide it and then you will no longer see the graph. So all of these things we enable already. Then if you no longer want it, you can even delete this project. If you want to move this project from top to bottom, you have option that one as well, and boom, if you see, now your first startup project is showing at the top and everything is looking here. Okay, next thing, if you want to see your complete web page, right, you can also see that one. For example, if I go to my username, and here you will see all your project, everything in detail. Once you click on this any of the project, it will jump to that one and immediately you will see the graph. So on May you got 1 click, for this one, for this application you got 3 click, and likewise we implemented this beautiful responsive graph as well. Okay, now come to the interesting part of this application. Let's go to the style, and boom, you will see a bunch of style for your portfolio page. Here you can select any style you want and immediately it will change the color combination for your portfolio page. Not only here, but now if I refresh on this side, boom, it's changed it, right? So cool. So that's how you can change the style of your application. Next, you can even see the status, how many views you got it, how many visitors you got it, how many visitors per project you got it, everything you will see inside this analytics section. So guys, this application is a beginner friendly. If you are new, don't worry, you can learn everything from this application. Okay, now for this image, whatever image you see, right, it's loading very fast because we are using this TwicPics. So TwicPics is one of the best image optimization platform and it's free to use. So we also learn how to integrate this TwicPics platform inside our application. Our today's video is also sponsored by TwicPics. Okay, so guys, we're gonna learn a lot of different things. So If you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And if you are new and if you really like this video, press like button. You can access the all source code from the description, the link I already put it. And every time you can go to the tubegurji.com to access all the exclusive courses and source code as well. So guys, before doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this beautiful application. Let's talk about the technology which we are going to use to build this application. So first and very important, obviously we are going to use React to build this application along with the React framework called Next.js. So this is very popular Next.js framework which used to build any web application. Then for styling, as usual, we are going to use Tailwind CSS. And even though you don't ever use the Tailwind CSS, don't worry, because in this course we're gonna learn that one as well. Then we're gonna use Tailwind CSS base, Daisy UI library, which is quite popular, and most important thing, it provides a lot of different feature which no one provides you. Then for the image optimization, we are going to use TwicPics, which is a sponsor of this video as well, and it's very easy to use and free to use as well. If you don't want to use, don't worry, you can use normal image, but we are just replacing normal image tag with this TwicPic React component, which is very easy to optimize your images. Then for authentication, my favorite Clerk authentication we are going to use. Again, it's free, and they recently updated with a new modern UI as well as fully customization options. So that one also we are going to look. Then in the current few months, right, the Drizzle ORM is too much popular. So we are going to use this Drizzle ORM to connect our application to our PostgreSql database, and that database we're gonna host it for free with the help of Neon Tech. So all of these application and with this help of these technologies, we are going to build this complete application. So let's get started. Now, in order to make this application, we are going to use React-based Next.js framework. Next.js is the React framework for the web application, and it provides a lot of different features. If you are new to the Next.js, so don't worry, because in this particular course, we're gonna cover everything and we will learn Next.js and all the features that it provides. So if you go to this nextjs.org, which is the official website for the Next.js, and this is the command line in order to install the Next.js application. Now let's go to your folder where you want to create the this particular project and open a terminal at that folder. Once the terminal is open, just type npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Next.js application. Now click enter, and then it will ask you to enter the project name. So here we can give developers portfolio builder and click enter. Now it will ask you some of the question like, would you like to use TypeScript? So in this course we are not going to use TypeScript, we're going to use JavaScript XML. So say no. Then the ESLint, say no. The Tailwind CSS, so automatically once you create this application, we have option to install the Tailwind CSS automatically, so you don't need to install the Tailwind CSS manually again. So right now we will say yes. The source directory, so we'll say no, and the IP router which is recommended, and obviously we want that one, so we'll say yes to this one, and import allies as a no. And now if you observe over here, it installing some dependency, right, like React, React DOM and Next, and some dev dependency like PostgreSql and Tailwind CSS. And now if you see, our project is ready, it's created. Now open a VS Code which we are using as a ID for our application to build the application. Now over here, open a folder and locate the project where you just created. So in this case, mine is inside this projects, Next.js and developer portfolio builder. Now there are a lot of different projects which we already created, and all the videos and projects you will find on tubeguruji.com, or you can go to my channel as well. Now here we'll say yes, I trust the author, and boom. Now if you see on the left hand side, we have bunch of folders and files. Let's walk through one by one. So very first folder is app folder, where we're gonna write all of our code. Okay, so inside this you will see we have this global.css file which contain the CSS styling for our complete application. Now the second is layout.js file, which is the main or starting point of our application. In this one you will see the font along with the metadata, and this is the root layout which contain HTML and body, and inside that you will find the children is getting rendered inside this body. So whenever your page getting rendered, it will render through this children and between this body. Now another we have the page.js file, which is the default page for our application. Now once we run this application, you will get to know. Then we have this node modules folder, which contain all the packages, library or third-party library, whatever the packages or dependency we install, that packages will be inside this node modules folder. Now we're gonna not touch any time to this particular folder. Next we have this public folder, which contain all our images, assets. We'll keep inside this public folder. So once you define inside this public folder, Next.js will automatically detect, okay, even though if you use any file from the public, and you can directly use it without giving a complete path. You will get to know once we start developing the application. Then we have this JS config, the next.config.mjs file, which use to configure next related configuration. Then we have package.json file, which contain the name of the project, the version, along with the script to run the application or to build the application. Then we have the dependency which is installed for this particular project, along with the dev dependencies. And the last we have the PostgreSql and tailwind.config.js file, which contain the Tailwind CSS related configuration. Now over here we also have package.log.json file, which help us to keep the version of the dependency which we install, right? It keeps constant. So even though if any user want to add any code inside your application, they can add, because we have the specific version code. Now before running the application, I want to tell you about the two VS Code extension which we need while developing the application. The first is a React Redux snippet tool. So this one, let me bring this down, and this tool is very powerful and very important tool when you're writing the component or pages. Okay, so make sure to install this one. And another is Tailwind CSS snippet. So if I go to the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, this one, so this will help us when you're writing the Tailwind CSS classes. Okay, so make sure to install these two extensions. Now let's go back to our project and then go to the terminal, then click new terminal. So it will open the terminal inside your VS Code only. And now here you can just type npm run dev to run your application. And if you see, now your application is running on URL localhost, and the port number is 3000. Okay, now click on this one, do the command click or control click, and then if you see, your project is running on the screen. Okay, let me show you side by side. Now as I told you in the beginning, that inside the app folder we have this page.js file, which is the default page for our application. And if you make some changes in that one, it will reflect it on the screen. Now for example, let me remove this line of code, and here we'll put subscribe to Tube Guruji. And if I save it, as soon as if you see over here on the right hand side, the text gets changed immediately, right? And that's how you can change your content. Now obviously we don't want this default code, so I will remove it, and I will simply put the div tag, and inside that we'll write h2 tag, and we'll say subscribe to Tube Guruji. And let's save this one. and boom, right now if you see on the screen only, you are seeing the text called subscribe to TubeGurji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Now next, if you see this line is coming, right? So we can remove this lining by going to the global CSS, and inside the root directory you will see this background start RGB and end RGB, which is the gradient color. So remove this one and click save, and boom, if you see, now we have the plain white background, and on that we have this beautiful text. So that's how guys you can create your Next.js application, and then you just run the application as well. Next, we are going to install one Tailwind CSS library called Daisy UI. So Daisy UI is alternative for the Shad's UI, and it's very popular Tailwind CSS library. And most important thing, it provides a lot of different functionality and the theme. If you go to this particular daisyui.com, and here this is the landing page obviously, but if I go to the theme, you will find a bunch of different theme. You can select the one which you want, and boom, you will see the change immediately, right? And you don't need to do anything. You just need to write couple of lines, and that's all. Obviously we're gonna learn this in this particular course as well, that how to add this all of these themes. Okay, but before that, let's go to the documentation and installation step, where you will find to the installation step here. So these are the command you need to use it in order to install the Daisy UI. So copy this command, then open a terminal, and make sure to add a new terminal because our application is running right now. Now click enter this one, so it will install the Daisy UI. And the next step, that inside the tailwind.config.js file, you need to add this plugin along with this required Daisy UI. So copy this one, go to the tailwind.config.js file, and inside that we just need to add this required Daisy UI inside this plugin. Okay, like this, and then save it. Now I think it's ready. So what you need to do, let's close all of this tab for now, and I will just stop the server. Okay, and rerun it again. And now if you see, it's running our application. And now if I go to the page.js, obviously we need to add some content in order to check whether the Daisy UI is installed or not. So let's go to the page.js file, and inside the Daisy UI we have the button section, right? This is the one component from the Daisy UI, and if you see, we have the lot of different example, correct? So let's go to this HTML, and I will copy one of the button, or let's copy all of these, and then I will just paste it here and then save it. Now if I go back and just refresh the screen once, because we run application, and boom, if you see, now we have this beautiful button from the Daisy UI. And if you see the code, right, this is the only code. For example, this is the primary button code, and you just need to add some class with the button and button primary. Obviously this need to be a class name. Maybe we selected the simple one, but if you see, you have the JSX which you need to copy and paste it. Sometimes it works, sometimes not, but yeah, make sure it's a class name. Okay, so that's how guys you can install or use it, the Daisy UI inside your application. Obviously we're gonna use a different component from the Daisy UI, and throughout this particular video and the course you will learn how to use that different component from the Daisy UI as well. Obviously later in this course we're gonna also learn how to use these themes, but in the next chapter we're gonna learn how to use the dark mode with the help of Daisy UI. Now let's add a dark theme for our application, because throughout the application we'll keep a dark theme instead of light. And obviously for the portfolio, user have option to select a different theme, depends on their choice, but for our application we will keep a dark theme. So inside the Daisy UI, let's go to the documentation, and inside the documentation you will see the option called themes. Okay, so it's very easy to use. The first thing, once you go to this theme section, whatever the theme you want to add, you can add inside this Daisy UI themes list. So if you see, they provide a different kind of themes option, and right now if you see, if you want to add all of these themes, you just need to add this all line of code. So we'll use all of these themes, and then go to tailwind.config.js file, and inside here, before the theme only, I will add all of these themes. Okay, and then let's save this one. Next, let's go back to up, and this is the example that you can use the theme. So right now, for example, let's copy this particular line, and then inside the layout.jsx file, let's go to the layout.js file. Over here, you can just paste it here like this, and obviously we want dark theme, so here we like dark. And now if I go back to our application, let's refresh this one, and boom, if you see, now we have this dark theme for our application. Okay, but if you see on the screen, right, the text is still in the black color, right? So in order to fix it, instead of putting this data theme to the HTML, you can wrap this inside the div first. For example, let's wrap it here, and inside this div, let's render these children, and then add this theme to this one. Okay, and then let's give a class name as a height to be screen, and save it. And now if I go back, now if you see, it changed the theme. Obviously you can change the theme whatever you want. If you go to the light and save it, you will see the light theme. Okay, so like that you can obviously add toggle to change the theme color as well. So that's how, guys, you can add the theme for your application. In this section, we are going to set up a backend for our application, and in order to store all of our data, we are going to use a PostgreSql database. And with the help of Drizzle ORM, we're gonna store our all database or fetch the information from the database. So if you see on the screen, we have this beautiful diagram created by the Eraser AI, and in this one we have this save data function where we can it provided by Drizzle ORM obviously, and with that Drizzle ORM we're gonna connect with our PostgreSql database. Okay, so Drizzle ORM is the object relational mapping platform, and it's very easy to use and easy to integrate as well. So just go to the Google and search for the Drizzle ORM, and then here you will find the official website for the Drizzle ORM. Okay, so it's a TypeScript based ORM, and if you are new and you never use the ORM, then this is the very good chance to use the ORM, because main important thing about this ORM, right, it will be for this Drizzle ORM basically, right, even though you write a code to store data inside a PostgreSql database, and later you want to move to Postgres to MySQL or the SQL, right, then you can just need to change the username, password, and database name, means configuration. Otherwise you don't need to change anything, and you will see in this particular course as well. So once you are inside Drizzle, go to the documentation, and obviously we're gonna install the Drizzle ORM first, but we'll do step by step. So first, once you are in the docs, right, here we need to search for the PostgreSql. Then here these are the some different PostgreSql database provider. Okay, most of them are free to use, so you can select the any one. Even if you have your own local PostgreSql database, you can go with this HTTP proxy. But in this particular course or project, we are going to use this Neon PostgreSql. So click on this one, and obviously this is the command in order to install this PostgreSql for the Neon database. So Neon is the PostgreSql provider. Okay, it's not a database. So copy this command one by one and go to your project, open a terminal and paste the command. Then we have to install this Drizzle Kit. So once it installed, we'll also install Drizzle Kit. So right now you might get error like this, and it's saying you need to update your React to 18.3.1. okay, so recently with the Next.js update and Drizzle ORM update, this issue might face for some of the people. So let's go to the package.json file, and over here if you see we have this React version 18. So here just write 18.3.1 and send for the React DOM, and then save it. Now let me clear this one and then do npm I. So once you do npm I, now it install the updated one, and now you can just run the previous command, which is drizzle ORM neon database serverless. Now if you see, it installed correctly. Then you have to install this Drizzle Kit, and also it will get installed immediately. Next thing, this is the example to add this particular line of code for the configuration. So copy these 4 lines only, we don't need the below line, and then go back to our application. Now inside this application, inside the root directory, we are going to create a new file, and we can call it as a utils. Let's make a folder, actually new folder, and let's make it utils. Inside that I'm going to put or add index.js, or make it JSX file. Okay, now paste the content which you copied. So let me copy again and paste it here. Okay, now obviously we need a Drizzle database URL. Okay, so let's get that URL first. So just type just go to this neon.tech. Okay, so this is the website in order to get a PostgreSql, and if you see, it has the serverless PostgreSql database. Now it's a free, obviously it has a paid tier, but for the development or for a small application, right, they will provide a half GB of storage, but as I say, you can use your own. Then if you don't have an account, create a new account. So I will just log in. I already have an account, and if you see, you can create a new project. So I will go with the existing project, and on the left hand side you will see the option called database. So click on that one, and here if you see, I already have some of the database already there and already running, but you can create a new database. Give the database a name. Here I will say developer portfolio, and I will keep the owner as account and say create, and if you see, now new database is created. Now let's go back to dashboard. Okay, and from here you need to select the database, proper database which we just created, which is the developer portfolio, and then you will find this connection string. Okay, just copy this connection string and then go back to a project. Now inside here we'll keep our URL. So I will create a new file called .env.local, and inside this I will write next_public, and then you can write the db, we'll say db URL. Okay, and the paste the URL which you just copied. Now obviously make sure to start this URL with the next_public if you are using this environment variable to your Next.js application on the client side. Now let's save this one and copy this variable name, and then I will go to this index.jsx file, and here we'll replace with this URL. Okay, and then save it. Now one more important thing, make sure to export this db constant, because we want to use it in other components as well. So once you export it, it will be available to use in other components. Next, go back to a Drizzle ORM, because now we are done with this neon database because we already get the URL. Now once we have this setup ready, right, we can create a schema, but before that there is one more important configuration file we need to create. So go to the Drizzle Kit, and inside here if you scroll down little bit, you will find this configuration. Okay, so this configuration is very important. So go to the drizzle config.js, because we are using JavaScript, and then you need to copy this content and you need to create this particular file inside your root directory. So I'm on the root directory. Here I will create a file called drizzle.config.js, and then paste your content. Okay, so here we need to replace it with the actual URL. So I will just copy this URL again, and then I will paste it here. Okay, and let's save this one. Obviously you need to provide the schema here. So inside the utils folder again, I will create a new file, and we can call it as a schema.jsx. Now here we're gonna write the schema for our application. This schema is nothing but to create a table. Okay, so first thing we'll write constant, then user info is equal to pg table. Okay, so because we are creating a Postgres table, and make sure it's importing from this Drizzle ORM, or you can just go to the control space, and from there as well you can import it. After this, you need to add the name of the table, which is the user info, and then you need to provide the values. So we want the ID, this ID need to be auto increment, so we'll use the serial. Here inside that, this will be the actual name of your column, okay, dot, and we'll make it as a primary key. Then next we want the name is of type varchar. Make sure to import from this PostgreSql, and then make sure to provide the name of the column. Then we'll say not null, okay, so this will not null every time. Then we need to provide the email. Again, it's a varchar, column name is email, and then we'll provide not null again. And the last username, here again it will be a varchar, and the name is username, okay. And now our basic schema is ready for the user info table. Now here, let's make sure to export this one so that we can use it in any other component. Now inside the index.jsx file where we have this config, right here we need to add the schema like this. So add a schema, but make sure to import it first. So import star add schema from, and give the path. So in this case it's just schema, and save it. Also in drizzle.config.js, here we need to provide the schema route. So in this case is utils slash schema.jsx, okay, and then save it. Just add dot over here and save. Now once you're done with this one, right, you need to go to the package.json file, and inside this package.json file you need to add two command or to run the script, okay. So first is db push, and then inside the db push we're gonna add npx drizzle kit, and then push PostgreSql, okay. And the next we'll add db studio. So this studio will help us to get access to the actual database. You will get to know in a moment. So npx drizzle kit, and here we'll just say studio, okay, and then save it. So if I go to the Drizzle ORM, right, and if I go to the Drizzle, and if you go to the studio, here you will see the actual, you can see actual table and column, and you can have control on all of the record. And if you go to this step by step, you can get to know how to add this all of this configuration as well. Now let's go to the terminal. Let's clear this one, and we'll run npm run db push, okay, because we want to apply these changes to our database. Now if you see, it's saying the changes applied. It means our changes are ready. Now you can change, you can also check from this neon database. If I go to this database, right, or sorry, not database, but go to the table, select the database, and boom, if you see, just now we created this user info table, and it has an email id, name, and username as well, okay. But if you want to run on your own Drizzle Studio, you can also run that one. So here you just need to type npm run db studio and click enter. So we have this error because we have npx, not npz, okay, inside package. And now if you type npm run db studio and click enter. Now okay, so this need to be a studio, and now if you see, it's saying please install required package pg, okay. So you need to install npm I dev dependency, and we'll say pg. So it will install the Postgres package. Now again run this previous command to run the studio, and boom, if you see, our Drizzle Studio is up and running on this particular URL. So open this URL, and here you will see your studio will run in a moment, okay. Let's refresh it once, and boom, if you see over here, we have this user info table, and inside that you will see the all the record. Right now we don't have any record, but you have option to add a new record from here. Okay, so let's add for example, let's add this record. We'll say test@gmail.com, and we'll add username test user, and here we say save one changes, and boom, now inside your database one record is added. Even if you see, we have option to run the Drizzle query. Now this is the old query, but you have option to actually run your query. Okay, you will see the schema, whatever you wrote inside your schema.js file, and even you can run SQL query from here on these tables. Okay, so that's how the Drizzle Studio will work. It's very easy, and it's very easy to manage your data as well. So that's how we set up our backend, guys. Obviously, throughout this application, we're gonna learn a lot of things. We're gonna learn how to insert the record, how to get the record, how to update, delete, and make all of this CRUD operation on this database with the help of Drizzle ORM. I hope you understand this particular section. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now in this section, we are going to implement authentication for our application. So for that one, we are going to use Google Authentication Service. But before that one, let's walk through the workflow for our application and how and where we gonna add the authentication. So if you see, once user land on the page, right, user need to authenticate it. So user need to sign in if user is already existing user, and if user is new, then he need to sign up to our application. Then once user authenticated, right, user will redirect to a new screen called create username. Okay, but because user is first time coming to our application, right, and he need to create a username for his portfolio. But even though if user is existing user, right, in our database we will check if that user has the username already attached or not. If it's already there, then obviously we're gonna show the admin page. But if the user did not find the username, right, then we gonna redirect user to the create username page, where we gonna give option to add username for his portfolio. And then obviously once he added, then we redirect it to admin page. Now username is important because that username will be the unique, and that particular user will be that portfolio will be accessed through that username only. Okay, because we gonna create a unique URL for each of the user. So in order to add an authentication, we're gonna use the Clerk authentication inside our application. And today's video is sponsored by Clerk to add an authentication service inside our application. So if you never use the Clerk, don't worry, because in this particular project, we're gonna learn how to integrate Clerk with the Next.js. The one more important part of this Clerk is free to use, so up to more than 10,000 user you can add it for a free. Also, they recently added or updated the sign-in UI, and you have full control of the sign-in UI as well. So if you want to update your own with your own UI, you can do it with the Clerk now. So if you don't have an account, create a new account. The link is in the description, so you can go ahead and click on the link and then create a new account. Once you create a new account, here from application, you can create a new application. If you see, I have a bunch of application that in which I use the Clerk, but you can create a new application, give the application name. So in this case, I will say developers portfolio. You can do like this as well, and here you can enable the sign-in option whatever you want. I will keep this simple one, and then create application. On the right hand side, you will see the actual preview when it's add, right, and these are some of the steps which we need to take in order to install the or integrate the Next.js. But before that, you need to add this environment variable. So I will copy this environment variable, then go to your project and open .env.local file. Inside here, I will put, oh, this is the, I did not copy it, I think. Let's copy this one and then paste it here. And then next, we need to install this Next.js and Clerk command. So this is the SDK. So I will add a new terminal and paste it here and save it. Now instead of following this step, because you can follow this step, it doesn't matter, but I will just type on Google clerk Next.js. Okay, obviously it will open the Next.js clerk documentation on clerk only, and these are the same step which you see over there. Okay, now next thing, as we already installed this clerk, we also added this environment variable. Next thing, we need to add this middleware.ts file along with this content. So copy this file name, go to your project folder. Over here you need to create a new file called middleware.ts inside your root directory, and then simply paste this command. Now once you paste this one, right, if you scroll down little bit, here you need to add the clerk provider. You need to wrap your application inside this clerk provider component. So let's save this middleware.ts file and then go to your application and layout file, which is the parent layout, and just wrap your complete application inside this clerk provider. Then make sure to import this clerk provider from the Next.js. So make sure it's imported and then save it. And now you are ready to go. Okay, but now if I go to our application, right, if I refresh this application, if you see, it's still showing the content and it's not asking me for the sign in. The reason is inside the middleware.ts file. If I go to this middleware.ts file, here you need to add the route on which you want to add authentication. So by default, if you read over here, by default in clerk provider will not protect any routes. All routes are public and you must option in protection to protection for route. So here if I click on this clerk middleware reference, okay, it will jump to the reference document of the clerk provider, and over here you have option to add this route in order to protect it. So that in order to access that route you need authentication. So simply copy this command, this line of code, and go to the middleware.ts file, and after this middleware, or you can put in before as well, doesn't matter, and paste it here like this. Make sure to import this create route matcher, and then right now let's see, for a home screen we want to add authentication. So I will just add this home route, right, this is default route. And after that one, if you scroll down little bit, right, this is how you can check whether this protected route or not. So I will copy this complete code and then I will replace with this clerk provider method like this. Okay, and then save it, and that's all. Now if I go to our application and refresh the screen, now if you see, it asks me for the authentication and then it show me the new page. But wait, here if you see, it's providing me the clerk's domain and not our domain, right? We want to show the sign-in page on our localhost domain, right? Obviously once it is in production, it should show the production domain, but for now we are in the development mode and we have to make sure it's running on our port only. So for that one, let's go back to our clerk documentation. I will go back here. Okay, and as you know, we added all of these things. These are the some button, we don't need it right now. Later on I will tell you how to add that one, but we'll skip this one. And if you see, we have option here to create a custom sign up and sign in page. Just click on that one and it will navigate to the next documentation where you can add your own custom sign in and sign up page. Now if you see, in order to build a sign up page, you need to create this route. So I will copy this complete path, right? You don't need to create a folder inside the folder. I'm gonna tell you a quick trick. So copy this complete path, then inside this app folder I'm going to create a new folder, and if you see the name, I will start with this brackets, we'll call auth, and all sign in and sign up page I will keep inside this folder. Now when I make this folder name start with this circular bracket, then Next.js will not consider as a route. Okay, this is just for the organization purpose, or not organization, to organize our application and folder structure. Now inside this one, click new file and paste the path which we copied. Obviously we are using JavaScript, so make it JSX instead of TSX and enter. And boom, if you see over here, it automatically create a folder for us and along with this file as well. Okay, now you just need to paste this content and copy and paste it here. Same thing we're gonna do it for the sign in page. If you scroll down, copy this path and then inside the auth, create plus file, paste it and make it JSX and boom. And now copy this content and then paste it here and save it. Next we need to add this environment variable, so I will copy it, then inside .env.local file, just add it here and save it. Next we just run our application. Okay, now if I go to our local host 3000 and boom, if you see, now we have our own domain and in that domain we have this beautiful sign in page. Okay, now you might have a question how to change or how to customize this sign in page, right? Now if I go to the clerk dashboard, let's go to the clerk dashboard. So here we have already dashboard. Okay, now inside this clerk dashboard you have a lot of options. You can see how many users is logged in along with their email address and all. We have organization option. If you want to learn more about this particular feature, let me know in the comment section. Here you have option to enable different authentication like social connection or email service and all. You can enable it anytime. Here if you see, we have option called customization, and inside that customization option you can upload your own logo, own icon, along with you can upload your own avatar, or you can have a lot of different options. You can explore it. Okay, even not only that, but you can also customize this particular UI with your own code base. Okay, but before that let me log in it and let me show you the complete workflow. Now here if I log in with the Google, and if you see, it's redirect me to the Google account to choose. So I will select the one account and boom, now if you see, I sign in to the application and I redirect to localhost 3000. Now in order to check whether the user is signed in or not, what we can do, let's close all of this tab and then go to the page.js file. Here inside this I'm gonna add one component from the clerk called user button, and if you see, this particular component is importing from the clerk Next.js. Okay, make sure it is imported and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the user profile, right? And now if I click on this one, you will see this option, right? And if you see here, you have all the option to check user profile information. Now if you want to log out, you can log out from here as well. So you have complete control on what you want to show to the user. Now I will sign out, and if you see, as soon as I sign out, it will redirect me to the sign in page. Okay, now let's customize this UI page. Now on Google, just type next clerk Next.js element and then okay, so just type clerk element and here you will find this clerk elements. They recently added and it's still in beta mode, but just I want to introduce about this particular feature. Okay, so in this one you can even customize complete login page. Okay, it's very easy. First you need to install this clerk element, and then if you want to change the sign in, okay, here is the example. Now this is the just sample code. Okay, you can just use this sign in root, sign in step component in order to add your own user interface. Now another thing, obviously, as I say, right here, if you can change logo, you can just copy this example and use it inside your application, and then you are ready to go. That's how it is. Okay, so if you really want to know about this clerk element, let me know in the comment section, and I will definitely add this particular I will show you how to use this clerk element in my next video as well. Okay, so let me know in the comment section. But for now, if I go back to our application, we have this beautiful page, right? If you want to bring this sign in page at the middle, you can do that. So just go to this sign in page, and over here I'm gonna wrap inside this curly braces, then we'll say div. Here we can give class name, make it flex, item to be in the center, justify in the center, and if I check, it will look like this. Also give height to be screen, so it will come in the middle of the screen. Boom. Okay, so that's how you can do it. Now obviously once you sign in, let's sign in with the account, and then it will redirect you to a home page, okay, where you have this user button. Obviously this is just a sample example, but as soon as user is sign in, we're gonna redirect to the admin page, okay. And obviously next we're gonna see how to add that one, and if user is new, right, then we'll redirect it to a create username. Maybe we can add whatever the name you want to add to this particular page, okay. So guys, we'll see you in the next video, next section, sorry. Now in this section we're gonna learn how to check or get the data from our database in order to check whether that user is already has the username or not, and if not, then we can add a new user along with the username, okay. And obviously we're gonna learn how to create a route as well. So if you see, we already authenticated to our application, and here we need to check if user is already has the username inside our database. If not, then we'll create a username along with the user information, and then we'll redirect it to admin page. So let's go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab first, and inside this app folder we're gonna create a new route called admin. So if I go back to our application, and we need the route like this /admin, correct? So for that one, let's go to the app folder, and inside that we need to create a new folder. We can call it as a admin. Now inside the admin folder, we'll create a new page called page.jsx, and then add a default template by just typing rfce, because we already have that VS Code extension, if you remember, right? And we already installed that one. And if you type like this and click enter, boom, it will automatically create you the template. Now here I will just rename, so we'll say admin and save it. Now if I go back to our application and refresh this one, and now you will see the text called admin, correct? Now go back to our application, and as I say, we need to check here that user is already have the username or not, because if he already have the username, it means that user is already inside our database. If that user is not have a username, it means that user don't have the record inside our database. So first thing, we'll create a new method called constant check user. We'll call it as check user and the arrow function. Now inside this we need to check, so we'll write constant result is equal to await, because it's a promise. Here we'll make async, and now in order to get the data, here we'll say db. So make sure it's importing from this utils. Obviously inside the utils we have this defined, right, through the Drizzle ORM. Now here we have the select operator from, and here we need to provide the schema name from which you want to fetch the information. So in this case is user info. Then where condition we need to add, and here we'll say equal, on which column we need to add or we need to compare, right? So here we'll say user info dot email if this email is matches with the current login user email, right? So here we'll just simply say constant in order to get user session, right? Here we'll say use user, and this use user hook is importing from the Clerk Next.js. Now this user has all the information which we required. So here we'll simply say user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, this is just optional field that I added as a question mark. And now here we'll say if result dot length is equal to 0, means if you don't have any result, then we want to redirect to the create username screen, right? So for that one we need that particular screen. So inside the app folder I'm going to create a new screen and we can call it as a create username. Okay, or we just say create, and inside that we'll create a new page.jsx file, add the default template. Here we'll say create username and save it. Now once user don't have any record inside our database, so simply we want to redirect, right? So for that one we're gonna use router hook from the next/navigation. As I say in the very beginning of this particular course, that Next.js provide their inbuilt routing, and this is how we can use it. Now once you define this use router, simply you can just say navigation, we'll say the router dot replace, and then we want to navigate to the screen called create. That's all, right? This is the path on which we want to route, and replace means it will not go back to the admin page. Now this method we need to call inside the use effect. Now use effect is a React hook, okay, and it will run for every instance if you did not provide the array like this. Okay, so make sure in order to execute only one, you have to provide this empty array, and then you need to call the check user my bad, I don't see in here. So check user method. Okay, now one more important thing, we need to call this check user method only when we have this user information. So here we'll say user and it means if user is available, then only call this check user method. Now save everything. Here we'll say document type use to check user already exist or not. Now save this one and then go back to our application. Here we'll also write the console, we'll console the result and save it. Now here we use the use router over here, which is the hook. So for that one we need to make this particular page or component as a client side. So we have to mark it as a use client at the top of this particular file and then save it. Now if I go back to our inspect panel and go to the console, right now if you see we have the length 0, but right now it redirect it to create page. Let's go to admin page again, and if as soon as I go to the admin page, see it's redirect me to a create page. Let's try again. See, because we don't have the information which user is login with. Perfect, that is working perfectly fine. Now let's go to the create page where we need to add a UI in order to add the username. So I will add a one div. Inside this div I'm gonna add h2 tag, and here we'll simply say create portfolio username. Let's save it, and here again I will add a label. I will say add username for your portfolio, and after that I want to add an input. So from the Daisy UI, let's go to the Daisy UI, and from the Daisy UI components, let's search for the input. So I just search for the input, not this one, it's a file input actually. Yeah, text input. Now inside the text input we will find this component. Okay, the way however you like the component, you can just take that particular component. So in this case I'm going to use this input along with the border. So select the JSX, copy this command and then paste it here and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this particular information. Now obviously we're gonna add some style to this one. Let me bring this, close this tab, and over here I will add a class name. We'll say font bold text of 2XL. Then for label I will add a class name. We'll say we'll keep that text as it is, and for this one we'll add padding Y to 3, And for this div, let's add a class name. We'll add padding of 10. Also we'll add a border, we'll make it rounded large, and we want it in the center. Also for this h2 I want this in the center, so text align text to be center. Okay, let's make this as a 5. Now in order, right now if I increase the size, this is how it looks, right? So in order to make this in center, for this parent div, make it class as a flex, make it item to be in the center, justify in center, and give height as a screen. And now if you see, it is in the center of the screen. Perfect. Now along with that one, we need to give the button, and also for this label I will add padding y to 2. Not here, it will not apply to this one. Let's apply over here. And then let's add a button. So button, here we'll say create, and for this button I'm gonna add a class name button and button primary, and save it. Now if you see, we have this button primary. Obviously we need to bring this in one line, so make it flex and make it flex column. Perfect. And for button, let's add a padding y to 3. Let's add margin top to 3. I don't know why it's not updating. Yeah, now it's updated. Now if I increase the screen size, so this is how it looks. We have a simple box where user need to create a portfolio username. Now over here, if you see, we have all the information. Now whenever user type, right, we need to save that input in one state. So here we'll define constant username comma set username is equal to use state. Okay, so use state will hold a value for the username with whatever user entered. Now for this input, in order to get the user's entered value, we will gonna use onChange method. This onChange method will emit the event, and in order to set the username, we'll just use event dot target dot value and then save it. Right now we have one error. In order, okay, so because we use the use state hook, which is the React hook, so we need to make this component as a client side and save it. Perfect. Now if you see, we have this page running. Now one more important thing, if the user whatever user entered, right, if the username is empty, obviously we need to make sure this button will disable. So simply we make a disable on a condition if username is not there, and save it. Now if you see, the button is disabled, but as soon as I type it, then it's showing that username. Perfect. Or let me close this one. Now one more important thing over here, we're gonna give only maximum 10 the username with a 10 length, right? Maximum user can enter up to 10 character. So we're gonna add that condition. So simply, obviously on the create button we'll add it. So here we're gonna write a method called constant on create button. Here we'll say on create button click. Okay, and here we'll say if username dot length is greater than 10 digit, then we'll console log, we'll say no more than 10 character. Okay, and then we'll return simply nothing. And obviously on this particular on create button click, we need to attach to this button. So here we'll say on click, and on the click that we need to call this on create button click method. Now if I go back to our application, let's go to the inspect panel, go to the console. Here we'll add some text, tube guruji YouTube, and if I click create, if you see, it's showing me the error called no more than 10 character. Obviously in order to show the all the error message or alert or some kind of message, we're gonna show a toast message, and for that one we're gonna use Toastify React library. Okay, it's very popular library, and if you see, it provides a lot of bunch of different customized toast message, right? Easy to install. If you see, this is the command in order to install it. So copy this command, go to your project, let me increase this size, go to a terminal. Here I will clear this and paste it here. Next, if you see, in order to use it, right, you need to add this toast container. So we'll add this toast container inside your layout.js file. Okay, so over here, maybe after children, I will add this one, and make sure to import this toast container from the React Toastify. Save this one, and this is the simple way that you can show it. But if you want to see more advanced, right, here you can go to the documentation, and over here you have option to use it, right? So if I go, let's say position toast, and here you will see the success toast, and along with the position where you want to show. Obviously we want to show the error notification, so I will just copy this line of code, and inside our create page, inside this particular, instead of showing the console, we want to show our toast message now. And make sure this toast message is importing from the React Toastify, and everything is as it is. Let's save this one and let's test this out. Now here I will say Guruji subscribe, let's say create. So nothing is happening. Wow. So here one more important thing we forgot. So if I go to this Toastify, we also need to add this import statement. Okay, this is the styling that we needed. So copy this one and then go back to our application inside your layout.js where you added this toast container, and then paste it here and then save it. Now if I go back, and if you see, we have a lot of error. Now if I click on this one, let's test this out. So here I added the text more than 10 character, say create, and boom, if you see, we have this text called error notification along with the toast message. Obviously I will just little bit customize it. So here I will say top right, and here I will also add a message that no more than 10 character. Okay, and that's all. Now next, if user added less than 10 character, then we can add, or we will insert record inside our database. So for that one, we'll say constant result is equal to await. So make this as a async. Here we'll say db, make sure to import it. Then we'll say insert, we'll say database name, which is user info dot values, and here we will add all the value which we want to insert. So first name of the user. So we need to get the user information using this use user hook, and here we'll say user dot full name. So from that you will get the username. Then email using the user dot primary email address dot email address. Through that we will get the user's email address, and then username. So username, and here we'll simply add one more thing. We'll check if the username don't have space. So here we'll say replace if there is any space with the empty space. That's all. And okay, let's remove this one. And once this information get insert, right, then we'll simply check if the result is true. Then we will show the toast message like this. But in this case, we will show a success message instead of error message. And here we'll say username created successfully. Okay, and then obviously we show position right. But here, as soon as you create a username, we're gonna redirect our user to admin page. So in order to route it from one page to other, we need to use use router hook from the next/navigation, and then over here we'll say router dot replace, and then we'll say /admin. That's all. Okay, let's save this one and let's go back to our application. Let's refresh the screen. Even though if you try to go to the admin, it will redirect you to the create page. Now here I'm gonna add a username as a tube Guruji. Now if I try to create it, boom, if you see, it's saying username created successful, and I redirect it to admin page. Now one more important thing here, if I go to this Drizzle Studio and if I refresh this, you will see the new record get added with the name, which is the gameplay, the email, the whatever the email which I log in with, and the username as well. See, okay, so that's how you can add username inside your database, okay, through this Drizzle ORM. And now obviously we have this beautiful toast message which we are showing, and then you redirect it to a create page as well. Now if you see, we redirect it to admin page, but if you user try to go to the create page, it's jumping to a create page, and obviously we are allowing user to again add the username, and that's what we need to avoid it. Even though you user come to the create page, we have to make sure that we will jump back to admin page, because user already created the username for his profile, right? So in order to do that, there are a couple of ways. The first is you can store the data inside your local storage, but sometimes Next.js does not support the local storage. So better what we can do, let's go to the create page, and over here, if you remember, we have the method called check user, right? So same method I will copy from here, and then I will paste it inside the create component, and here check user method is will check whether user is already there or not. And here, instead of this particular logic, here also I'm just gonna check if result.length is greater than 0, then simply redirect it to the admin page, okay? And this check user we're gonna call inside the use effect. So whenever the user information is available through this use user hook from clerk, then we're gonna call this check user method, and this check method user will check if that particular user is record is already there or not, and make sure to import this dot equal from this Drizzle ORM, and I think we are good to check. Now let's save this one and let's test this out. Now if I try to go to the create page, and then boom, it's redirect me to the admin page, okay? So that's how guys you can redirect it from the create page to the admin page if the user is already exist. In this section, we are going to start developing the admin panel. But first, we're gonna develop the side navigation bar, and this side navigation bar will be constant throughout the admin panel. Then if you see on the admin panel, obviously for some of the route, we're gonna show this mobile app preview. So whenever we make some update to the portfolio, right, that will automatically reflect on this mobile app preview screen, and this will be for the content controller. But right now we mainly focusing on this side navigation bar, and this is little different than we used to develop it. So let's go back to our application, and inside the admin panel, if you see right now we have the page.jsx file, right? So over here I'm going to create a layout file, a dedicated layout file for the admin. So go to the admin folder. Here we'll add a new file, and we can call it as a layout.jsx, not JS only. Now in Next.js, layout is our file name is a reserved file name, okay, and that is only act like a layout for your given route. So here add a default template, and main important thing you need to do here, you have to pass the children, okay, and these children will render over here like this, okay, and save it. If you want to change this name of the layout, you can change. For example, here we can say admin layout, and make sure to export this one as well, and then save it, okay. Next, once we save this one, now if I go back to our application, if I refresh it, if you see, still nothing get changed, because now what will happen, instead of just rendering this page, now this page will render through this layout admin layout page, okay, through these children. Now let's add a component folder inside this admin, and in order to add a component folder, right, we'll create a folder name start with this underscore. So Next.js will not consider this folder as a route. Now all the components related to this admin panel, we're gonna keep inside this underscore component folder. Now here inside that I'm going to create a new file and we can call it as a SideNav.jsx. Now add a default template and then save it. Now let me bring our application side by side like this and save it. Now for first thing, as I say, we need to show the side navigation bar. So first thing, inside the layout.jsx, you can add the side nav bar over here, and I will create a two div, one for the side nav and other for these children, and save it. Next, for this side navigation bar, I will assign class name width of 24, and one more important thing we need to assign, that it should be a fix. Okay, and obviously if you see on the screen now, admin panel overlap on the side navigation bar. So for this children, we'll add a class name and we'll give margin left to 24. Okay, perfect. Now next, let's go back to side navigation bar, and at very initially we need to define some icons over here. So we'll just define constant menu list, and what are the menus we want to show, right? That icon, we will just add it inside this menu list so that we can just iterate it. So here we'll say id1 icon, or let's say a name as a pages, and here we'll say icon, we'll say layer 3. Okay, I don't know why. Okay, so here we need to add icon. So obviously in order to add an icon, right, we're gonna use this Lucid React library. This is very powerful library, and most important thing, it's very easy to use. Okay, so let's go to this let's go to get started and we will install this one. So go to the installation, and for the React, make sure you will install for the React. Select the npm, copy this command, and inside your terminal just paste it here. Okay, so it will install this Lucid React library. Now let me go back to our project. Now it's very easy to use it. So here, for example, if I type layer something, for example 3, if you see now it is importing from the Lucid React, and it give us the suggestion as well, and boom, if you see now it has a layer 3 icon. Same thing, I will copy this menu list few more times, and here I will give style. For this one I will give icon as a brush, then bar chart. Here I'll say status or stats, you can say, and here I will just simply say bar chart, and then last is settings, and the icon will be settings. Now let's change this ID as well. Perfect. And now we have this menu list. Now what you need to do, we just need to iterate this menu list. Okay, so we'll add a menu list dot map. Here we'll say menu comma index, and then we'll add simply div. Now inside this div, we're gonna add the icon. So in order to get the icon, we'll say menu dot icon, close the tag, and if I save it, you will see the 4 menu icon on the screen, right? Now let's apply some styling to this one. So here, let's go to the class name. Here we'll give padding of 2, padding y to 4, rounded we'll give large, then background should be a primary. Okay, if I save this one, this is how it looks. See, then we'll make flex item to be in the center, justify center, and we'll say margin bottom to 5. Perfect. Now if I say for padding 4, I'm not sure why, but if I increase size, this is how it looks. That's little weird now, but for this div now, let's add a class name. We'll say padding of 4, and background, we can add some dark background. So we'll add 5 2 something like this is the custom. When you want to provide a custom value to the Tailwind CSS classes, you have to mention inside this square bracket. Okay, and here we'll say height to be screen. Perfect. And if you see, now we have this beautiful side menu. Okay, for this menu icon, I'm gonna add a class name. We'll say text to be white and text to be in the center. I think it's already in the center, but make sure it is perfect. Okay, now as soon as I hover on this any of the menu, right, I want to show the what is this menu. Okay, means the name of the menu. So for that one, if I go to this Daisy UI, we have this tooltip. Not right, yeah, see this tooltip, right? If I hover on this one, see the tooltip is showing, and you can position this tooltip, see left, right, something like this. Okay, so same thing we're gonna implement. If I go to the JSX, you will see how to implement this one. Okay, quite simple. So first thing, you need to, let me bring this down, you need to change this to tooltip, and I'm gonna put the color as a secondary, and then we'll mark it as a tooltip. Then position, you can make tooltip right. See, you got the suggestion. And then the name, the tooltip value, right? So here we need to write data tip is equal to menu.name. Okay, and then save it. Also I will add a cursor pointer here, so if I hover on this one, you will see the change, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful tooltip as well. And as soon as I hover on this one, you will see the change. If you want to change the color of this background, right, on a hover, you can do that as well, but I will keep as it is because we have the dedicated tooltip for it. Okay, now at the bottom we want to show user profile icon. So over here I'm gonna add div. Inside this we simply add user button from the Clerk Next.js, and Clerk will already providing you the UI for that one. You don't need to add manually. And if you see, we have this user button. Now let's do class name, make it fix, and bottom let's say 5. And if you see, now it's in the bottom. Then we'll give little padding x to 10, not 10, let's give 4. I think that's enough. And if you see, it is in the center now. If I click on this one, you have this beautiful Clerk design menu where you can manage your account and all. Okay, so that's how you can add the side navigation bar to your beautiful portfolio admin panel. Okay, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now as you see in this mockup, right, we need to divide our screen into 2 sections. Okay, so out of this complete one, we will give 2 columns to this one and 1 column to this one. Okay, so we will divide our screen into 3 columns, and out of this 3 columns we will divide we will give 2 columns to this controller and 1 for this mobile app preview. Okay, and obviously this will be on the large side, if large screen only, and if it is a smaller screen, then we will show in 1 line only. But let's go back to our application. Let me bring this over here, and then we'll go to this admin page. So let's make sure we are in the admin page.jsx, and over here let me bring this down. I'm gonna add one more div. For this div, let's add a class name, make it grid column 3 when the screen size is larger. So you have to make sure that you'll mark it as a large, so it means you are telling Tailwind CSS for the large screen you have to divide screen into 3 columns. Okay, and for the basic screen, means for less than larger screen, means medium screen, a smaller or extra smaller, you can just define grid column 1. Okay, perfect, like this. Now inside that, let's define 2 div. So this 2 div will act like a column, and as I say, for this div, as this is the controller and this is the preview, right? If I save this one right now, you will see one below because this is a smaller part. But if I increase screen size, now you will see controller and preview. But for the controller, as I say, we want to assign 2 column, so we'll simply say column span 2. Okay, and the remaining one will automatically assign to the preview. Now if I save this one and increase the size, you will see the change. See, for a controller this much space assigned, and for preview this much space is assigned. Okay, perfect. So now what we will do, we're going to create a 2 component, one for the form content and one for the preview. So let's add that one. Now obviously on smaller screen you will see only one column, so that's why it came one below other. Okay, now let's go to this component folder and let's create 2 component, form content.jsx, and add a default template, save it, and another is the mobile preview.jsx and add a default template for it and then save it. Okay, now I think we are good. Now let's go to this page.jsx file and simply add it here. So here we'll say form content, and here we'll add mobile preview content and save it. Now you'll see this, both the form get added over here. Now let's design this mobile preview quickly. So mobile preview is very straightforward. Let's add one div. Inside this div, first thing we're gonna add a border. We'll say border of 13 pixels. So here if I'm giving my custom height, then we'll say border is of black color. Then we'll give height to the screen. We'll make rounded, let's make it rounded large little bit. So we'll give manually as 14 pixel and margin to 2. And if I save this one, you will see this beautiful image preview, not this mobile preview section. Okay, now for this one obviously I'm going to give padding. So for this class you give padding of 5. Okay, now if I increase size, and if you see, now we have this beautiful what will say, the preview section, mobile preview section, right? But obviously if you see, this screen is not perfectly aligned or it's cutting that particular thing. We'll fix that in a moment. But for now let's go to this page.js, which is on the root. And if you, not page but inside layout.js, and if you remember when we applied dark mode for the preview purpose, we added this hide screen. So remove this one, save it, and now we have the proper result. See, okay, perfect. So obviously on the right hand side our mobile preview section is ready, and only if right now the color is very black and all of this thing, right? So what we can do, we can add a shadow medium, and here you can give the shadow white. Okay, and if you see, this changed to white. Even you can, I think, change to primary, for example, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful border for this preview, right? And it looks so cool, right? So that's how you can add the preview for your mobile, or preview area we can call it as. Now in this section we are going to implement this admin page where user have option to add their username and add their biodata along with to upload the picture for the portfolio page. It is a simple UI with the input and the text area, and then in the logic, once user makes some input changes, right, we have to make sure after making input automatically without clicking any button or something like that, we want to update the database. So right now we are not giving any button, but as soon as user stop typing, right, then we have to update the database, and then once it updated, we will get the data back from the database. So this complete functionality we are going to implement in this particular chapter. So let's go back to our application, and here I will open our application 2 on the right hand side. So okay, this is making screen smaller. Let me open in bigger size. Now let me close all of this tab first, and then let me go to admin page where we have this form content, right? Now for this particular section we're gonna add the new component for this particular section. So let's go back and then create a new component, and we can call it as a basic details .jsx. Okay, or we can call it as a user detail as well, so better you can call user detail.jsx, or like basic details, that's fine. And then add a default template, then save this one. And now this template we will add inside our form content. So here we'll simply add as a basic detail like this, and then save it. Now inside the page.jsx, make sure that we'll give some padding. So here we'll simply add a class name, padding of 5. And if I go back to our application, let's go here. I don't know whether padding is added or not. Let me refresh this once. Now padding is added. Yeah, if you see, we have this padding now. But now let's go to the basic detail page inside the form content. Here I'm gonna add the h2 tag, and here we'll say start designing your portfolio page. For this one I will make class name text 3XL font bold and save it. Perfect. Now obviously we'll give some padding, so class name padding y to 10, and let's see, I think this is good enough. Padding x to 6, let's increase little bit to 12. Perfect. Now below that we need to add an input, so obviously that will be added inside the basic detail. So inside this basic detail, first we want to add file input, right, means to upload the image. But for now I will just add the camera icon. Okay, and for this camera icon I will add a padding of 3, height of let's say 12, width of 12, and we'll add a background gray little bit and save it. And if I go back, if you see, this is how it looks. That's pretty good. I don't know, let me bring this. Yeah, now if you see, we have looking like this. That's perfectly fine. Next we want to round it, so let's round it full. And now for this div I will add a class name, will add a padding of 7, rounded to be large, and background gray, let's add little darker, 600, let's add 700, and that should be good. Okay, you can change it if you want, you can make it little darker. I think this is good. Now obviously we'll give some padding y to 7, so it will come down little bit, or margin y, my bad. So we need to give margin y to 7 because we want little bit top, give margin space between these two. Now after this we want to show the input to this one. Obviously if I go to Tailwind CSS, right, and as I say, we have the input over here, so same input we're gonna use, called text input component inside the Daisy UI. So copy this JSX as it is, and then I will just wrap it this inside the div along with the camera, because we want this both the things in one line. Now for this div I will add a class name, and then make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. And let's try check. Now that's how it looks. Now you can make the width to be full. So for this particular input, and maximum width, if you see, it's showing the maximum width excess, so make it large, even though you did not make anything, that's also fine. Okay, perfect. Just I will give some gap of 6, so little space. Perfect. Now after this I'm gonna add one more input, so I will just copy this input, and after this div I will add it. Okay, and if I save it now, see, this is how it looks. Here I will just make it flex, gap of 5, let's say 4, so it will give some gap. Okay, let it be, I don't want to add flex. Here we can give some margin directly, because later on we want to add some more component, let's say 3. Perfect. And now we're gonna change this name. Obviously here we'll say username, and here we'll say write something about yourself, and this is just a placeholder. And now obviously we want this placeholder to be a text area. So if I go to the Tailwind CSS and text area, you just need to change this text area, input to text area. So let me copy this one because I don't want the input. And only thing we want to change here, we'll give margin top to 3. And then if I go here, let's see how it looks. Perfect. And then we'll give width to be full. Okay. And here again I will write that message, start writing about yourself. Perfect. Okay, now our input box, text area box is ready. Now this is simple example. Obviously there are a lot of things we need to add, but let's implement this the business logic for this one. Now as I say, as soon as you type something, right, it should, and after I stop it, then it's supposed to save inside our database, correct? So let's add that particular functionality. So for this input, for example, let's add on input change. Okay, oh sorry, my bad, not on input change. Let me undo this one. Here we'll say on change, and inside that we'll read, obviously it will emit the event, and then here we'll say on input change event. So this will, I will pass the input event and then here we created that method called on input change, like this. Obviously it will take event. Okay, now along with that I'm also going to pass the field name which I want to update it. So here the field name I want to update is a name. So inside our database, let me go to this Drizzle, and if you see we have this name column, right, and this field I want to update whenever user puts username as an input. Now this is on input change and event name we pass. Now next, once we are done with this one, right, we're gonna simply add here as a name. Okay, now if I console this event, let's say event dot target dot value and save it. Let's see what happened. So inside the console we just type that one. So if I go to our console, clean everything, and if I type something, let's say tube guruji, see, every time I type it, it's emitting or consoling me the result, and obviously we don't want that one. It means obviously when we write the code to save data, right, it will make that much calls to our database, and that's not a good practice, right? So to avoid that one, we need to add a timeout method. So let me show you how. So here first let's define let timeout id as as a one variable. We just define empty variable, and then over here we'll simply add timeout id. So here need to be a timeout id is equal to set timeout, and inside that we'll set the timeout. Okay, so for example, let's say 1 second timeout. Okay, so whenever you just stop typing and after 1 second we want to execute this line of code. Now over here we'll just console timeout, sorry, console let's say input, and here we'll say event dot target dot value. Okay, and obviously if I save this one, you will see some weird result. Let's say tube guruji test, and if you see it types 4 times because I give space and 4 digit, and still it's showing me the same thing because this timeout execute 4 times. Okay, and after every 1 second it get execute. So for that one, what we need to do before executing this timeout, we have to clear this timeout. So in order to clear the timeout, we have the method called clear timeout, and then we have to pass this timeout id reference over here. Okay, and now if I save this and if I go back, let's clean everything. Here we'll say tube guruji, and now if you see, you'll get only one result. Okay, this is the input tube guruji because that's what it is in the console. Okay, now obviously if you type something more, see, after 1 second is immediately got the result. Perfect, that's what we wanted. Now you can make the database update over here. So in order to make a database update, we'll simply say constant result is equal to await. So make this as async, and inside here after this we'll say db, import that db from the utils, and then update. Okay, so this update method, inside that we have to provide the table name. So in this case is user info dot set, because we want to set the value of a specific field, and here we need to give the field name. Now as I say, the field name instead of name here we can call it as a field name. Okay, because we want to update field name, and this particular method can be reused for this text area as well, and that's the reason I'm passing the field name. Now here field name need to give like this, because you are dynamically passing the field name, and then you need to provide the value. So in this case the value is event dot target dot value. Okay, and you are updating that much value. And once we have the result, so if you say if result, then we can show the toast message. So here we'll say success, toast success, we'll say saved, and inside that we can position it as on the top right corner. Okay, if there is any error, so else we'll say else, we can show the error message, error. Okay, perfect. And I think we are good over here until this point. Make sure you have already added all of this variable. Here we'll say use to save user info. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So right now I will put some user information. So we'll say Guruji, and boom, if you see, we got this toast message called saved. Okay, now if I go back to our database, let's refresh this database, and you will see the name is updated. But wait, if you see here, both the name updated, right? But I want to update to my profile only. So for that one, let's go back to our application, and here we need to add a condition. Okay, so here after set we need to add where condition. Here we need to pass equal sign, and we only want to update the record which matches this email address as a user's email address, right? So here we'll say user info dot email matches with the user email. So here we need to define user information. We'll get the user information from the clerk user, and then here we'll pass user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, now let's save it and let's test this out. So let me close this one. Let me refresh it once, and here we'll say tube Guruji YouTube, and boom, it's saved. Now if I go back to our database, and if you see, now in this case it's just updated only this record which belong to that particular user. Okay, now this, if you see, the name is updated only for this record. So that's how guys you can make update immediately. So you don't need to make different call. As soon as user stop, then only you can make that call. Same thing we need to do for the bio. Now for the bio, we don't have the column called bio, and we want to add inside the user info only. Now let's go back to our schema first, and inside this schema we're gonna add a new column called bio, and here the type is of text. Make sure you are importing this type from this Drizzle ORM PG core, and if you see, it's imported. And then here you need to give table name, and obviously I don't want to put as a not null, so I will keep as it is and then save it. Next, you have to stop your Drizzle Studio. Let's clear this one, and then you have to make you have to do the npm run db push again. Okay, so whenever you make changes in your schema, make sure to run this query again in order to apply the changes. See, now the changes are applied. Now you can run your studio. Now our studio is running on the particular URL, I will just refresh it here, and boom, if you see, now new column is added. Now let's go back to our application and let's try to implement the logic, the same logic we're going to use for this particular text area called bio. Now if I go back to our basic detail screen or component, here we're going to add on change event, same as this one. But only thing, instead of passing this name, now in this case I will pass the column name called bio and then save it. Now if I go back, I am YouTuber and teach and build real life project on React and React Native, and if I stop it, and boom, if you see, it's saved, right? Now if I go back, refresh the data, and you will see that changes are only applied to this particular record. And that's how, guys, you can save your users information immediately without adding or clicking any button. I hope you understand this particular section. If you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now, as you know that we already saving the basic information, but if I refresh the screen, if you see, we don't have that information, but it's there inside the database. Now obviously, whenever user launch first time on this admin panel, and if users information is already there, then we have to make sure that we will retrieve every time. Okay, so and I already explained this concept to you, right? As soon as we have the data, we have to make sure to update it. So let's go back to our admin page.jsx file. Okay, and here you can get the information, but as we want that information throughout the admin panel, right? So what we can do, inside this admin, we are going to create a new file called provider.js and add the default template. Now instead of rendering our children through this layout, I'm going to render this through the provider. Okay, it's quite easy. So first we'll just pass the children over here like this, and then we'll render these children inside this provider. Okay, now inside the page.jsx file, not page dot, but inside the layout.jsx file, here we'll add the provider like this, and then we'll pass the children to this particular provider. Okay, and that's all. And if I go back to our application now, if you see, nothing will get changed. Okay, next, inside the provider, we are going to get the user's information. So let's say constant get user details, and in order to get it, we'll say constant result is equal to await db.select, and we want to select all the information, so I will keep as it is, as we are using await, so they make this method as async. And then here we'll say from, so here we need to give the database name, so in this case is user info dot equal, because depends on the condition we need to fetch, right? So here we'll say equal, oh my bad, so this will be where first, and then equal, and then on the email ID, so user info dot email, and then we need to pass user info email over here. So constant user is equal to use user, and then we'll pass the user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and obviously in that then we'll get the user's information, but obviously we need to call this method inside the use effect. So let's define the use effect, and whenever we have the user's information available, then only we will execute this use effect. So here we'll say users, then only execute get user detail method. That's all. Now we'll just console it over here first, so result, save this one, and then as we are using the React hook, we have to make this particular method as a use client. Now I created this provider because As layout.js I keep on the server side and I don't want to make as a client side, because we can add the metadata files over or inside this layout file, right? And that's the reason I created this provider. It's up to you. You can even convert this layout.js file to the use client by marking as a by marking use client, so you can make it as a client side as well. So let's go back over here and let's save it. Now let's go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, and inside the console we'll check whether we are getting data or not. So right now we've got the data, if you see on page 26. So let's go to the 26. This is different one. So we have one error that equal is not defined, so maybe we missed this equal. Make sure to import this one and then save it. Now let's refresh this data. Now on this provider.jsx file, if you see, we have this users information. Okay, now obviously this is the first element, so make sure you will get the result like this. Now let's define the state to hold this value. So here we'll say constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state, and we'll pass empty array, and simply instead of console I will make set user detail and save it. Now once you save this user information, obviously this user detail you need to pass to the different component. Like obviously we want to pass to the basic detail as well, right? So the question is, how can we pass it? So for that one we are going to use context. Context is very helpful when you want to pass the information from parent component to a nested child component. So in order to create your own context, let's go to the app folder, and here I'm going to create a new folder called underscore context, and then inside that we'll create a user detail context.jsx. Add the default template. Oh sorry, we don't need to add a template over here, but here you can just export the constant. Here we'll say user detail context. I usually give the same name as a file name. Then here we'll say is equal to create context from the React, and we'll make null initially. And if you see, this create context we imported from the React, and save it. Now whatever in wherever component you want to share your information, right, you have to wrap your application to that one. So in this case I'm going to wrap my children like this. So here we'll say user detail context dot provider, and just wrap these children. And to this provider we need to provide the value, some initial value. So in this case I will going to provide this user detail and set user detail as my value, and then save it. Now anywhere inside your admin component or any admin screens, right, you will get this you can able to access this user detail and set user detail. So for example, inside the basic detail, if you want to fetch the user detail, you can use it. So in order to fetch the data from the context which you created, you have to write constant. Then here you need to write curly braces and the same name which you created. So in this case the name of the state which you created for the context, that name is equal to use context. Okay, and then here you need to provide the context name. So in this case user detail context, and that's how you can use your context in any component. Now here inside the use effect I'm just consoling for you just to make sure that we have the information. So I will make sure to write user details and we'll console the user detail just to make sure that we are getting data inside the basic detail. Now if I clean and run this one, and now inside this basic detail, if you see on line 18 we got the data, and this data obviously we are getting from the context, and inside the provider we already setting this value. Okay, that's perfect. So that's how you can share your data. Now here we want to display the user's name and the bio information whenever user jump on this particular page. So as you know that we already have the user detail information, inside the input we'll just pass the default value as user detail dot name in this case, and for the bio we will say default value user detail dot bio and save it. Now if I go back, and if you see, now we have the already pre-filled data. Now even though you can change something here, if I say original, something like this, see the data is saved automatically, and if I refresh it, see the data is still there. So that's how you can retrieve data whenever user launch this admin panel, whenever he come back to your admin panel page. Now here I am going to add some option to add the location of the user or any website for the showing some work on that one. So let's go back to our application, and inside the basic detail, okay, below this area, I'm going to add one div. So let's add a div, and inside here we're gonna add a icon. So let's add a small div, and inside that we'll add an icon for the map pin. Now for this icon, let's add a class name. We'll show height of 10, width of 10, and we'll give padding of maybe let's say 3. We'll make rounded medium, and let's save it, and let's check this out. Let me refresh the screen once, and if you see, we have this beautiful icon. Now let's increase the size, make it 14. Perfect. Let's make it 12 only, and then on hover we want to show the background. So on hover we'll just simply add background gray 400, or let's say 600. Now if I hover on this one, see the background changed immediately. Also I'm going to add a color, so we'll say text of blue, maybe say 500. Perfect. Now on the click of this one, we want to show the text input, but along with this particular div, I'm going to add one more over here, and for this one we'll say URL. So I don't know whether URL has, or we'll say web. Let's find something on the lucid icon. So let's go to the icon. Here we'll say URL, and we have the link. I think URL is fine. So URL link to, we'll add it. So link to, and for this one I'm going to add a color. We'll change this color to yellow and save it. If I go back to our application, see we have these two options. Now let's bring this option in one line. So we'll add a class name, make it flex, and then do cap of 3. Perfect. See, also I'm going to add margin top to 6, so we'll give some gap. Perfect. Now right now nothing is selected, right? But if I select this one, we have to make sure it gets selected, and we need to show some selected style for that one. So first thing, I'm going to add one state to hold that value. So simply here we'll say constant selected option, we'll say set selected option is equal to use state, and then whenever user click on this one, so we'll say on click we set the selected option as location for this one, and same thing we'll copy for the link, and instead of location we'll change this to link and save it. Now after this div, I'm going to add input field, but for that one let's add a div, and we'll add a map pin first, and after that we'll add an input of type text and save it. Now if I go back, let's see we have this input. Here we'll change the class name to grow, so let's add a class name as a grow and save it. Let's see whether we have changed. Well, let's go to the Daisy UI, because Daisy UI have the text input with the icon as well. So if you see, we'll want the text input like this, so we need to wrap inside this label. So copy this example and then just paste it here, and instead of this svg, we'll remove this svg and we'll replace with the actual map pin icon. And if I save it now, go back to our application, now we have proper text input. Now this text input we want to only show when user click on this particular location selection, right? And for this one, let's add a class name. We'll say margin top to 4 or just set 2. So save this one, and here I'm going to add a condition. If selected option matches with the location, then only show this div. Otherwise, or not otherwise, but again selected option is equal to URL, then we're gonna show another div. So let's copy this div first, paste it here, and at the last we'll say null. I think maybe over here. Now for the URL, obviously here we'll change the link to, and placeholder for this location will change location, and here we'll say URL, and that's all. Let's save this one and let's test this out. If I click on this one, we have location. If I click on link, okay, I think let me refresh this once. If I click location, location is showing. On the link we don't it's not working because here it's link and here is it need to be link only. And now perfect. And obviously we need to add the selection style, so we'll wrap this first in a curly braces, add this tag, and we'll remove this single quote, and then we will write the condition. So here we'll simply add dollar in bracket, we'll say selected option matches with the location, because we are applying the styling for the location, right? Then we want to apply background gray, like say 200 or is 600, so 600, and save it. Now if I go back, if I select this one, see, it still persists that value. Same thing we're gonna do it for the link as well. So wrap this in a curly braces, this tag, remove this single quote, and simply copy this condition from here, paste for this one, and instead of location we change the link. Now if I select this, see, it's working fine. Now obviously we can enter the information. So for that one, we already have the method written for the on input change, but inside our database we don't have inside our table we don't have that column. So we'll add that to more column, because this is come under the user information, so that we are keeping all of this information in one table only. So first thing, we need to add that column. So let's go to the schema. Here we'll simply add a new column called location. We'll say varchar location, and then we want to add the URL. Again, this will be a varchar, we can't call it as a URL, or sorry, it's a link, we call it as a link only, and save it. Now in order to apply these changes, stop your Drizzle Studio, then push the changes, and then it's saying changes applied, and now you can run the Drizzle Studio. And now if I refresh this Drizzle Studio, you will see these two more column. Perfect. Now once you have this column, you can add this on change method. So copy this on change method, and you need to add it for these inputs. But in this case we need to change the field name. So in this case is a location, and for this one here we have the link. So that's how easily, guys, you can reuse your code, right? Because we already have this on input method change, just you need to add the field name. Now let's go back and test this out. So here I selected the location. Here we'll say 525 North Tryon Street, NC, and boom, it's saying save. Now if I go to back to our database, if I refresh it, you will see that change for that particular user. Same thing for the URL. So here, if you see, if I move to the URL, the value is still there, because let's check why it's keeping the same value even though we change the input, right? So better what we can do, we can add the default value, and simply we will provide user detail dot location, and also we'll add the default value for the link. Save it and then test this out. So if I refresh the screen, if I go to the location, we have this location. For the link, is still showing the same. So if you see, we have this problem that if I select the location and jump to the link, it's still showing me this location address, right? So in order to fix it, we need to add the key props. So key props is very important, and it helps us to differentiate a different the same element but in different way. So for example, if we have this input, and if I provide this key prop, and you can provide you can give any name. So right now we just give key as a 1, and for this input I'm going to provide the key as a 2. Now if I save this one and go back, and now you will see the change, right? Now here I will say I will add the URL of this particular link, and if you see, now it's saved. If I go back to the address, now it's showing the address. Perfect, right? Now let's see in database whether it's same or not. So inside the database, you will see we have the link and the whatever link we pasted, correct? Even though if I refresh this one and go back, you will see that changes are persist along with this all the details. So I hope you understand this quick option that we added. Obviously you can add more options like Instagram, Twitter, or GitHub, GitLab, all these icons, and all these icons you will find it here. Just use it similar like this. In this particular section, just now I wanted to tell you that sometimes Drizzle update there with the new version, right? And then when you try to access this local Drizzle Studio, then you might get this kind of screen. So you just need to copy this command and go back to your VS Code. Let me clear this one, and then you need to let me copy it again. You need to update the with the latest command. Okay, I don't know why it's not getting copied. Copy this one and then paste it, and then if you see, now it's updated. Now if I try to run the Drizzle Studio again, it's saying that please specify dialect param in config. Okay, so what you need to do, let's go to this config, Drizzle config, and here we need to specify this dialect, and that in that one you have to provide this PostgreSql. Okay, also they change this thing now. From the connection string you need to change with the URL, and then save it. Now if I clear this one and try to run it, now it will run your Drizzle Studio. And if I open this one now, and if you see, everything work as it is. Just to make sure that with the latest changes, you might need to update the Drizzle Kit, and then only that you need to update the configuration part. That's all. Nothing will get changed. Everything will be as it is. Now in this chapter, we are going to upload the image for the portfolio, and for that one, let me walk to the workflow. So this is the image that where we want to upload, right? And for that one, we're gonna give option to the user to select the image, and once user selected the image, right, we're gonna store that image inside the Firebase. So in order to store all our images, we're gonna use a Firebase free storage services, and then as soon as our image store in the Firebase, we're gonna update our PostgreSql database as well. Okay, and in order to display it, that particular image on the screen, we're gonna use it TwicPics. So So TwicPics is one of the best services which provide to optimize the image for us. Obviously, we're gonna learn in this particular chapter that how can we optimize our images in order to display it on the application with the help of TwicPics. It's not mandatory, but it's very easy to use it. So you will learn how to use TwicPics, because this video also sponsored by TwicPics. So now let's go back to our application, and first thing we need to do is on the click of this one we want to open the file selector. So let's go to this basic detail where we implement that particular added this particular icon, right? So this is the icon where we added this camera and all. So I'm gonna wrap this camera icon inside a label, and let me wrap it. And for this label I'm gonna give a class name. We'll say just say custom file upload. Okay, it's custom, even though we did not give class name, that's fine. Let's add HTML for as a tag, and here we'll say file input. Okay, now this HTML for we need it because we are going to add a input type as a file. Okay, and for that one we're gonna give ID similar to this one for file input. Okay, and here we're gonna give style as display none. Okay, so we are not showing this one, but this label will refer to this input because we provide this ID and HTML for. So let's save it, and so right now none is not defined. Oh wow, so let's check what's the issue over here. Oh, this need to be none like this. Now if I click on this one, right, see it's opening the file selector. See if I click on this one, is open. Now obviously I'm gonna change this as a cursor pointer, so whenever I hover on my mouse pointer, see it changes, and if I click on this one, it's open the selector. Now if I open this image, for example, right, obviously we want to show that image and everything. So on this input I'm going to add on change method, and this here directly we can call handle file upload. Okay, so we're gonna define this method and it has an event. So here we'll say constant handle file upload, and this method has an event. Okay, now in order to get a file information, we just say constant file is equal to event dot target dot files of 0. Okay, because we are only we want to only fetch one file, correct? And here I will just console it. So console.log and file. Also we have to make sure whenever we select the file, okay, this file need to be only image. So for this input I'm going to add a accept file type as a PNG, GIF or the JPEG. Now if I save it and if I try to open this file, you will see now we are only getting the images only. Okay, now if I select this image and go back to the inspect panel inside the console, here you will see the file information. This file has the name, size, type and all of this information. Okay, perfect. Now we have the file information. Now it's time to set up our Firebase. So let's go to this firebase.com, and obviously it's by Google, so firebase.google.com. and most important thing, it's free to use, so you don't need to pay any money for that one. Just go to the console and here you can create a new project. So here I will say YouTube startups. Okay, and you can even edit whatever name you want. So for example, you can give the project ID as YouTube startups. YouTube startups, YouTube Guruji startup, YouTube Guruji startup. Okay, and I don't know why. I think this name is now available. Okay, let's save this one and click continue. Now I will say just continue. Here you can select the account. I will select the default account for the Firebase, and then it will create a project in a couple of seconds. So we'll wait, and if you see, now our project is ready. Now let's go to the actual console, and here obviously right now we don't have anything set up, right? So we'll create a new web application, give the web application name. So here we're gonna give developers portfolio app. And if you want to create a Firebase hosting, you can create it. I will skip it for now, and then it will jump to this add Firebase SDK section. So we'll wait for that one, and here we go. Now first thing we need to do is to install the Firebase. So copy this command, go to your project, and inside a new terminal just paste it. So now we are installing the Firebase inside our application, and we will copy all of this code as it is. And inside this utils folder, where we have outside of this app folder, right here we have utils. Inside that I'm gonna add Firebase config.js file. Let's create this file and then simply paste the code which you copied, okay, and save it. Now here obviously this is the API key, so just make sure to remove this API key and add inside your .env.local file, okay. Next let's say continue to console, and over here now obviously our application is set up, but now whatever service you want you can just enable. So in this case you will see the different service like authentication, app check, Firestore database, some storage, hosting, and lot of things, right? Obviously we want to deal with the storage, so we'll select the storage and then let's say get started. Now obviously we want in the test mode for now, so we'll click next. You can select the nearest region, okay, so I will select the US Central for now and say done. And now if you see, our storage is ready to use it. Now here you have option to create a folder, or you have option to upload the file. For example, if you want to upload any of the file, click open, and here we go, your file is ready. Obviously in order to access this file you can just click here, and then if you open in new tab you can access it, right, like this. Now obviously this file has a token, but even though if you do not add the token, this file is accessible to you, okay. Now let's go back to our application. I will remove this analytics for now, we don't need it, but we want to add the storage, right? So just type on Google storage Firebase or Firebase storage. It will jump you to this documentation of the cloud storage for a Firebase. Now we are dealing with this web, so we'll select the web and click get started. So first thing we need to do is to initialize. So obviously we initialize our Firebase, okay, and then we want to initialize this storage as well. So I will copy this line of code, and over here obviously we don't want this bucket and all, so we'll remove this one, and here we need to pass app because we initialize this app initialization, we need to pass it here, and then make sure to import this get storage. So copy this one and then just paste it here, okay. So we just created this storage reference. Now make sure to export the storage reference so that we can use it anywhere inside the application. Next thing, if you scroll down inside the upload file, right, where we want to upload the actual file. So this is the example that you can upload the file. Obviously we already had this storage reference, and now we will create the reference with the storage and image. And then if you scroll down, because we have this file to upload a file, we will use this particular line of code, okay. So copy this line of code until this point, and let's go back to your basic detail where we have this handle file upload, okay. So as soon as you select the file, right, we're gonna upload file to our database. So let me show you how we can do it. Now first thing we need to do is to add this reference from the Firebase storage, okay. Then over here we need to add the file name. So you can add a unique file name every time, okay, that's very important. So what we can do, we can create our own file name. So simply we will say constant file name is equal to date.now. So we'll just use timestamp as a file name and make sure to convert into a string. Then we also gonna add the extension of the file name, okay. So here we'll simply add file dot type, because this from this file we'll get the extension, but extension we have to split it with this slash, and from the first means we will get the array, in that one we'll get the type, because we are doing right in order this split functionality, because inside the type, let me comment this. So inside type we might have the option value like image/png, and we just want this png, right, the for the extension for the file name, and that's the reason we split with the slash, and then we took the first element because 0 element is image. Now we have this proper file name, so let's provide this over here, and then make sure to import this upload byte as well, where we are providing the storage reference, we are providing these files where we have the snapshot, and it's saying the uploaded blob file. Okay, let me save this one. Now as soon as this uploaded blob file will whenever file is uploaded, then we'll get this console. Let's try this out now. So let's save it, go back to our application. I will open the Xmec panel, and if I select this one, right, and if I try to upload this file, click open. So right now if you see, we got error, it's saying that storage is not defined because we forgot to import the storage. So this is storage we need to import, and this is importing from this Firebase config, right, which we created and exported from this Firebase config. So we imported now, and let's test it out. So let's clean console. I will open this file, and I don't know what happened, nothing is happening. So just refresh it once, I don't not sure. Okay, so let's refresh it and try it now. So here I am selecting this file, click open, and now if you see our file, it's saying it's uploaded. Okay, I just console this file name as well, just to make sure that we are getting proper file name. But now if you go to this storage, right, I might uploaded a couple of files previously, and if you see, we have this file which we just uploaded. Perfect, it means our file upload is working as expected. Next thing, we need to save the file name only. Okay, only file name inside our database, inside our Drizzle Studio, means obviously in PostgreSql. So here we need to add a new column, and we can call it as a profile image. So let's go to the schema and make the necessary updates. So inside the schema, we'll add profile image varchar, and here we'll simply add profile image. Okay, and that's all. Let's save it, and then stop the Drizzle Studio for now. So here I will clear this one, and then push these changes. So we'll push these changes. So he's saying that this command is deprecated, please use updated push command. So with this Drizzle Kit, it's also update this command as well. So according to the documents, if you click on this link, right, you will see this change that it's saying this Drizzle Kit is changed to just Drizzle Kit push. So let's check this out. I will make sure for the other one, I think that's the only one change they made, but let's go to the packet.json, and instead of pg, let's save it and let's test this out now. So here we'll say db push, and now if you see, it's worked. Wow, so now it's saying changes applied. Now run the studio, maybe yeah, studio might work as it is. Perfect, studio is working. And if I refresh the screen, you will see the new column get added called profile image. Now to this profile image, we want to simply update our value. So whenever the file is uploaded, then we'll simply save that value. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot update, because we want to update the value, and here we'll simply need to pass the table name, which is user info dot set, and then we need to set the value which is for the profile image. Okay, and our value is the file name we want to save. That's all. Now as we are using await, so for this one here we need to make this as a async. Okay, perfect. And once we have the result, we'll simply toast the message. So if you see, we have this toast message, so I will just copy it here and paste it. Also, obviously here we need to add the where clause with equal to, because only for the specific user you want to add, right? So here we'll simply say user info dot email is equal to user dot primary email address dot email address. Perfect. And then save it. Now let's test it again. So I will clean everything. I will open this image. Let's upload this image again. Let's click open, and boom, it's saying saved. Now let's go back to our Drizzle Studio, refresh this, and here you will see the new profile image name is added inside our database record. Perfect. Now another thing that we need to show, as we uploaded the image, right? This image we want to show it here, obviously, correct? So let's do that. So over here I am going to define one state before. So we'll say constant, or let me go back and just check it out. So here let's define on constant, and here we'll say user profile image. So we'll say profile image comma set profile image is equal to use state. Okay, and whenever we have the user detail information, right, here I will remove this console, and here I will just set the profile image as user detail dot profile image if it's there. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back over here, whenever we got the result, that time only also I'm going to set the profile image with the just file name, because that's what we only want, right? Now one more important thing we need to update, that we need to save the file name along with one more extension. So here we need to add question mark alt is equal to media. Okay, otherwise Firebase will not display your result. Okay, but let's save it, and then I think we are good for now. So here we can just add the image. So here we'll say if profile image is there, then we will show the image. Okay, so image from the next slash image, let's add a source which is the profile image. Here we're gonna add a width of 50. Let's add 40. Then height is of 40, and alt tag I will give profile image. Then if image is there, then we will show the image, otherwise we'll show this div tag. Obviously I will add this ternary operator. I will end the div tag over here, and I will close it. Okay, so if profile image is there, we'll show the image. If not, then we'll show this line of code. But here inside the profile image, if you remember, we just have the text, right? This text, we got one error, but we will fix it in a moment. But right now if you see, we just have this text, so we have to fix that one. So what we can do for now, because we are going to use the TwicPics, but for now in the demo purpose, right, I'm going to use this URL. Okay, so if I copy this complete URL, because that's what we wanted, and then as a base URL I will define constant base URL is equal to, and this particular URL, right, and this base URL I will pass over here. So let's go to this profile image, where it is, oh, below here we'll say base URL plus and then actual image. Okay, and yeah, I think that's good. Let's save it, and if I go back to our application, so right now it's saying the host name, this particular host name is not configured under the image in your next.config.js file. So whenever you are using any third party images from the URL, right, that domain name need to configure inside your next.config.js file. The reason is for the security purpose, right? Next.js don't want to allow any random URL or image URL to add inside your application. So very simple, let's go to this next.config.mjs file, and inside here you need to add images. Inside this image you will add domains, and inside domain you just paste the domain which you want to whitelisted. So in this case, this firebase storage.googleapi.com. So I will paste it here, save it, and then restart your application. So just refresh it for now. And now if I refresh it, if you see on the screen, we have this beautiful image. Okay, this is a profile image, and that's what we uploaded, correct? So that's how you can upload it. But right now, if I try to upload it again, it's not allowing me to upload. So obviously, let's remove this input from this div and we'll keep it outside. Anyway, it will not show. But along with this this label, we also want to add HTML for this image as well. Okay, and if I click it now over here, I don't know whether it's working or not. It's not working. Let me wrap this image like this. Maybe this will help us. And now, yeah, now it works. Perfect. Also, for label, I'm gonna add a class name. We'll say cursor pointer. Okay, if necessary. And I think everything's look good to me for now. Let's test this out with the other image. So I'm going to upload this image now. Let's open it. And so right now, if you see, it's broken again, right? So let's see why it's broken. Okay, but if you see, if I refresh it, it works, because over here we also forgot to add this alt media. That is important, guys. So when we set it over here, we need to add this particular text. Okay, and now if I try to upload it with some other image, let's upload this image, and now boom, see, it works. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you can do it. But there is one issue with this one. Let me show you what. Now let me try to upload this image which is of bigger size. Okay, if you see this resolution and all, it's very big. Okay, it's of 2 MB obviously. And if I open this image, let me open this image, let me refresh it first. And if I open this image which we just uploaded, see, this is the big image. Okay, and if I go to the inspect panel and inside the network tab, okay, here you will observe a couple of things. So if I reload it and if I hover on this size, right, you will see this resource size is of 2 MB, right? So let me show you again. And if you see, it's going there, but it's of 2.2 MB, right? And very huge for our application. And every time you cannot optimize this image through some third-party libraries, okay, because you want to convert it into, and then you have to save it inside your database. That's very lengthy process. It also consumes your time. It also waste your storage and lot of things. So for that one, we are going to use TwicPics whenever we want to display the data, and that's what we are going to see next in this particular course. Okay, so we'll learn how can we optimize our application images through this TwicPics. We are going to integrate TwicPics inside our application, and as I informed you before, right, TwicPics is one of the best service where you can optimize your all the images, videos, and lot more. Not only optimization, but it provides a lot of different feature. You can change the quality, you can change the size of the application, you can crop the images, and you can explore more option on their TwicPics.com. So go ahead and create a new account. If you see, they also have the option called image optimization, and also they have option for video optimization as well. They have it's a free to use. Okay, so just create a new account, and once you create a new account, you will see the dashboard like this. But go to the workspace. I already have the workspace created. Okay, but once you create your own workspace, here you have option to add a TwicPic domain. Okay, so you just need to give the domain name, and that's all. But I already have the domain name called tugurji.twic.pics. So let's open this domain name, and over here you can create your own path. Now we along with that one, right, here you will see the overview of your users. Okay, here you will see the status and lot of more other things you can explore on their dashboard. But for now we will focus on the specific thing. So right now, once you created the domain, right, we need to add a path. So here we'll create a path, and inside here, make sure to you will select the images, and here you need to add the source URL. So in this case, our source URL is from the Firebase. Okay, so if I copy this line of code, see this one, right? You copy all of these things until this o slash and copy it, and then simply paste it inside your source URL, and then create this particular path. Okay, so let's say okay, and if I try to access any image, you have to use this domain, okay, slash, because this is the default one, and then your file name, and that's all, right? Let me show you the demo. For now, if you see, we have this file name, correct? So we'll copy this file name, and obviously we don't want the token and all, so we'll just copy it here for now. And then copy this domain name. Okay, so I will just paste this domain name over here, give slash and click enter, and boom, see, your image is now getting added. Now this actually adding proxy for your app images. Now if I go to the network tab and try to reload this image, you will see the change. Now if I hover on this size, if you see the size, the resource size is changed to 735 KB, and originally our image size is of more than 2.2 MB, right? And this is how easily they optimize our image without change in the quality. Okay, now they also have provide option to crop the image and all, but that particular functionality you can just check it later on. Now if I go to their documentation, and here you will find a different transformation option, right? Here you can select any one, depends on your requirements, right? You can even crop the image, you can flip the image, min, max, and you don't need to do anything inside the URL. You just need to pass the parameter, and that's all. That's how easy it is. Let's see this crop example, and here you just need to add crop 200 by 100, and that's all. Okay, so that's how easily you can optimize your image and transform your image as well. Now the point is how to integrate inside your Next.js application. So just type Next.js TwicPics on Google, and then it will show you this documentation, which is again from the TwicPics only. And then if you scroll down, this is the command in order to install the TwicPics inside your application. So copy this command, go to your project, and inside the terminal just paste it here. Next, we need to add this Twic install component along with your domain inside your root layout. Obviously we are using app router, so make sure you will add that one. Now if I close this all of this tab for now, and let's go to this root layout. Okay, make sure to select the root layout, and before children I will add it here, Twic install. Then make sure to import the Twic install. So let's go back and just copy this one along with the CSS. I will just paste it here. Okay, and then we need to pass the actual domain name. So in this case, from the TwicPics, this is my domain, so I will copy it, and then I will just paste it here and save it. Okay, next, once you save it, let's go back to the documentation, and this is a simple example that you can provide a more parameters like environment, whether it's a production or what, right? Also you can provide the classes and lot of other things. Now in order to use it inside to display your image, right, this is the TwicPic component that you can use it. So copy this component, and let's go to the basic detail where we are using this image for now, right? So this is the image that we are using. I will just comment this image for now, and then I will paste this TwicPic. Okay, so obviously make sure to import this TwicPic from this TwicPics component / react, and over here now we just need to provide the file name for profile image name. That's it. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, right, and if refresh it, see, this image will display. Okay, why is not displaying? Let me check. So somehow Twic image is not working, but if you go to this documentation, right,
for the critical images, we have this tweak picture option as well. So copy this tweak picture option and then add it here, and you make sure to import this tweak picture and pass this profile image as a profile image. I think we are good. Here you can even add a class name like width of 40 pixel and height of 40 pixel. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, now if you see, we have the beautiful picture. Let's make this as a 50, so little bigger, and also I'm gonna make the rounded corner as a full and save it. Okay, now if I go here and if you see, we have the image as soon as we load that. Now if I click on this one, you can select the other image. Let's select the other one and let's test that out as well. So if we have this image, let's select it, and if you see, it's saved and now it's showing this beautiful panda image. Perfect. So that's how guys you can use these TwicPics to optimize your image. Now obviously when we load this image, is the size of this image very low because we already optimize it. But as I say, if I go to the documentation, you will find a lot of different options to add it. You can add the alt, the ratio, and there are a lot of things. You can just go ahead and try it out. If you really like these TwicPics, let me know in the comment section. I am quite excited to this particular service, and they make our work very easy. Okay, so try it out and let me know in the comment section. Now in this section, we are going to implement add new project section, where after this user information, we're gonna have option a button to add a new project. When user click on this button, we are going to give input field to add a project URL first, and then we're gonna add a new project. So on the click of that one, obviously we're gonna add the new record inside our new table. We can call it as a projects, and obviously the first thing we're gonna add is URL. Okay, so first thing, let's go back to our application and let's implement the UI first, and then we will add our schema. So inside the component folder only, I'm going to create a new file, and we can call it as a add project.jsx. Add a default template and save it. Now this add new project we're gonna add inside the form content. So here, let's say for example, we added this horizontal line, and we can give a class name, let's say margin y to 5, and after this one I'm going to add this add project component. Okay, after this basic details. Now if I go back to our application, let me refresh it once, and here you will see the add project section is get added. Now for this add project, let's go inside that one, and as I say, the first thing we need to add is the button. Okay, so let's add a button first. So we'll say button, we'll add a class name, select button. A button will give secondary and close the tag. Now over here I'm going to write plus add new project slash startup and then save it. Now if I go back, this is how it looks, right? Let's increase the width size. So here we'll say width to be full and save it. Now we have this button called add new project. Now as soon as I click on this project, as I want to open the input and along with the button, correct? So for that one, let's add a form, because this will be a form, and inside this one let's add the input. So here let me copy this input from the Daisy UI. So let me go to the Daisy UI somehow, components, and obviously we want input, so let's search input. Now on this one I want this kind of input along with the icons, so I will copy this example and paste it here. Instead of this SVG icon, I'm going to delete this SVG icon from here, and we'll add our own lucid icon, so which is the link to I will add, and then save it. The placeholder here will say project URL and save it. Now if I go back to our application and this is how the URL will look like. Okay, after this one, as I say, we'll also need to add a button. So here we'll say button again, or rather we can add a same button, okay, like this, and nothing will gonna change, we'll keep as it is, only the button type. Here we'll say type is equal to submit because we are inside this form, and for this form we'll add the on submit method, and here we'll say handle submit, okay, like this, and create this method. So whenever the user click on the submit button inside the form, this method will call, which has the event e, and then make sure to prevent default this, so form will not get refreshed. Okay, now if you see right now, obviously two things are showing at a time, so let's fix this as well. So here I'm going to create one constant, and we can call it as a open URL input comma set open URL input is equal to use state, and initially I will make it false. Now whenever this open URL input is false, so that's why I added this exclamatory mark, which is not equal to, means not opposite of the what it has, right? And I will add a ternary operator question mark, and then if open URL is not there, then show this button. If open URL is true, then simply show this form. Okay, let me format this document. Perfect, and save it. Next, if I open this now, see it's showing only the button called add new project / startup. Now another important thing, obviously we need to add on click method to this one. So on click, and here we'll simply set the open URL input to true. Now if I click on this one, you will see the input and the button. Let's apply some style to this one. So this, for this form, let's add a class name. We'll add a padding of 3, and we'll make border radius, not border radius, it needs to be rounded large, and I think that's enough. Okay, and background to gray 500. Let's see how it looks. That's look weird, so change this to 800, and then for this label, right, I'm going to give margin y to 2. Okay, so some space, something like this. See, now I think much better, right? Let's give 3. Perfect. Now here obviously user can add the value, but here also we can provide, because this is the of type URL, right? So we will make the URL, and also if I save this one, right, and if I try to add something and try to enter it, it will give us this warning called please enter URL, because we use the form and we make this input type of URL. Okay, also you can provide the default value as the like https / like this. So whenever if I refresh the screen, you will see the https come automatically, and then you just need to enter the URL. Now everything is done on this side. Let's go to this handle submit, and here we'll console the input. So console.log, and the event e. Now inside the event, if I go to the target, and inside this target we have the value at the 0th element, because we only have the one input. Okay, so that's the reason I selected 0.value. Now if I enter something, let's see, this URL is already entered. Let's go to the console and click add new project, and boom, if you see, we got the result, right? Perfect. Now next thing, we need to save that data inside our new table called projects, but we don't have that particular table inside our database, right? So let's go to the schema in order to create a new schema, so that it will create a new table as well. So here export constant, here we'll say projects is equal to pg table, we'll give the projects, and then we need to provide the value. So first is id, which is serial id dot primary key. Okay, then name you can give, which is the name of the project. We can say I will copy the existing one like this, Then we want to give the description. So description, again I will add a text for now. Okay, and this can be a null, okay, initially. Then let me copy this one. We want the URL, so URL is important, and this need to be a not null, so here we say not null. Okay, after this we want add logo. So logo, which is the, again, logo I will say here. Then banner, so I will add banner. Then we want to add the category. Okay, and here we'll say category. And I think that's enough. And one more important thing, we need to know who added this one. There are two ways we can do it. We can simply add the user's email, and whenever we want to fetch data with the help of user's email ID, we can fetch it. Or you can fetch it with the user's ID, but for that one we have to connect it to the schema. Okay, so both the way I'm going to add it here just for your reference. So here we'll say email reference, and simply I will add over here, and here we'll say email reference. Okay, so here we can directly add the user's email ID. Okay, but if you want to connect these two tables together, right, you can do it by connection, by referring by the reference in means. So here we'll say user reference is equal to integer, and then you can give user reference dot references, and then inside that you have to provide the reference name. So in this case user info dot id, because id is the primary key. Okay, so that's how you can add it. You can say created by, but I will say user reference, just little bit meaningful, and then save it. Next, once you save everything, we need to push these changes. So let me clear this one. Oh, I stopped the server. Okay, we want to stop our Drizzle. So here we'll just push the changes. So here we'll say push, and then it will update the new changes. See, these changes applied, and then we run our studio. Now if I go to our studio, just refresh the studio once, and then you will see the new table get created called project, and inside that we have all this required information. Perfect, right? Now let me go back to our application, and over here we'll add a new data inside the add project, inside the handle submit method, right? So let constant result is equal to await db, make sure to import it. Then we'll add insert, because first time we are inserting the record, right? We need to give table name, so in this case is project. Make sure to import this and values. Now if you see, obviously right now we have only one value, which is URL. So we'll just add this URL, means from this e.target.value, mark this as async, and then the email reference. Obviously we need to get the user information, so constant user is equal to use user, and here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, now I already added this inside the projects, the user reference, right? And this user reference is connected to the user info table. So in order to add, because we need to add an ID over here, right? For that one, if you remember, we have this context, right? And in that context we have the user information. So I just copy this context over here. Make sure to import this use context and the use detail context, and then simply here we'll say user reference with the user detail dot id. That's all, right? And once we have the result, then simply we'll show the toast message dot success, and inside that here we'll say new project created, and then inside this we'll say position on the top right corner. Perfect, right? And in the meantime, when your data is getting saved, right, you can disable your button. So for that one we have to maintain one state which can help us to tell, okay, now data is being updated or something like that, right? So here for that one I created this loading and set loading use state, and whenever a user click on handle submit, we simply set the load as a true, and once we have the result, then we will set the loading as a false. And obviously if in the else also I will make this set loading as a false, okay, if there is any error. Now save everything and let's go back to your application, refresh it once. So yeah, now everything is good. Let's add a new project. Here we'll say tubeguruji.com and then click add new project. So right now we got one error. It's saying await column name specified more than once. That interesting. So let's go and check it out inside the add project. So here we have the project. So let's do, okay, so this error is saying that column name specified more than one. So let's go back to our application inside the schema, and if you see, we have this schema called name, and inside that the further description, right, the text name is repeated. So here I will change to description, and now we are good. Now again stop the drizzle and make sure to update your database, and now it's done. Let's run the studio and then refresh this studio as well. And now if I inside the project, now we have the ID, name and description as well over here, right? You can, I think, I don't know you can move it or not, but yeah, perfect. Now let's refresh this one, click add new project. Here I will say tubeguruji.com and add new project, and boom, if you see on the right hand side, it's saying new project created. Perfect. Now if I go to the Drizzle studio, if I refresh it, you will see the project information with the URL, the email reference and the user reference. Now here you will see, you can, if you click on this user info, right, you will see the user information which belong to that particular record. Okay, so that's how guys you can create, add a new project. Now one couple of things we need to take care of here, right? As soon as you insert the record, we need to remove this and we need to show that button. So simply when record get inserted, right, here we will add the set open URL input as a false, and as I say, we need to make button disable, right? Here we'll simply add disable and when the loading is true. Okay, now let's try it. Now if I refresh it, add new project, here we'll say youtube.com and add new project, and boom, if you see, the is get added and changed to previous button, and inside database we have that record as well. So once we added the project and created new project and added the new URL, right, we are that storing that information inside our project table. Now whatever the new project user created, we want to show that project under this particular section. So in that one, we're gonna give option to user upload the icon, the project name, description along with the category, the URL, and option to toggle it. Means do you want to make it active to show it on the actual portfolio website, or you want to turn it off, and then in order to delete this particular project, so we can give option to delete as well. And one more important thing here, we want to give option to upload the banner as well. So all of this information we're gonna add it. So right now one more important column we miss from this particular table is the active column, whether the particular record is active or not. So we user have option to make it enable and disable. So let's go back to our application and just update that particular schema. So I will go to the schema, and inside this schema I will add active status and we'll make it boolean, and make sure to import this from the PG core, and here we'll call it as a active. Okay, and here you can give the default value as well. So here if I mention default value as a true. Okay, so here you have option to add any default value, depends on your requirement. Now save this one and then stop this studio. Let's clear this and then push your changes. and now it's saying changes applied. Now run the studio, so you can view inside your Drizzle studio. And now if you see, we have the new column called active as a right now it's showing null, but yeah, the active column. Now let's go back to our application, and inside this form content where we want to fetch all the list of all the project which user added, right? So inside the form content we'll fetch it. So we'll say constant get project list is equal to, and then we'll simply write constant result is equal to await. So make this as a async, and here we'll say db dot select from, and then here we need to give the table name which is the project, so we'll add that one, and then where, so on the depends on the username we'll fetch it. Okay, so here we'll say equal to, and simply we will add project dot email reference matches with the user's information. So let's get the user information with the help of use user hook, and here we'll say user dot primary email address, and that's all. And last, we need to save this information in one state, so we'll say constant, we'll simply say project list comma set project list is equal to use state, and obviously I will console it so that we can also see. And then here we'll just simply set the project list as a result, and then save it. Okay, now this get project list we need to call whenever this component get load. So simply inside the use effect, whenever the user information is available, then only we will call this method, because depends on this user information, right? We are using this email address, and otherwise this will get failed. So better whenever the user is available, call this method, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application and go to the inspect panel, inside the console you will see not this one, let me refresh it. So right now we got one error that is saying equal is not defined. So this is the error. So we forgot to import the equal, and then save it. If I clean this one, let me refresh it again, and now if you see inside the form content, right, we have these three projects which we just created. Okay, perfect. But let's order it by the ID. So newly created will at the top. So here we have one more property called order by, and simply we're going to use the column on which you want to order. So in this case project dot id, and then the type we need to provide, and here we just need to add like this. Okay, so descending order on the project id, and make sure to import this descending from the Drizzle ORM. Let's save it, and let me refresh it again, and if you see, now we have the latest one which is id 3 at the top. Perfect. Now once we save this one, right, let me close this one. Once we save this one, we need to iterate this value. So for that one, we're going to create a new component, and we will call it as a project list edit.jsx, and add a default template. And for this project list edit, here we will accept the project list. Okay, so inside the form content we are going to add that project list edit component, and inside that it will accept the project list. Just pass the project list over here. Okay, so this state we just pass to this component. Now let's go to the project list edit, and inside this component we will iterate that list of project. So simply we'll say project list dot map, here we'll say project comma index, and then inside the div, the first thing we need to add is the picture, right, the image. So for that one we are going to use this TwicPics from the TwicPics. Okay, so it's quite easy. So I will just copy everything as it is, and I will paste it here. make sure to import this tweak picture. So we want to optimize image, right? And instead of showing this picture, I'm going to show project dot I think it's a logo, right? So logo I will say, and the class name is as it is. Let's save it. Let's see. And right now if you see, we are getting some empty value, because right now inside our database we don't have logo, right? So it's showing some dummy information, which call fallback or placeholder. Okay, then after this I want to show the input. So with the Daisy UI, let's go to the Daisy UI, and inside the component we'll search for the input. We want simple input with a border, so I will copy this one and we'll paste it here. Okay, here I will wrap this inside one div like this, and then for this one, right, I will make it full and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so this is how it looks. It looks weird, but let me first let's add a class name. Here we'll add a padding of 3, rounded, we'll say large, then we'll say background gray 800 and save it. Perfect. Now we'll give some margin y to 5, and now it's come to follow. Okay, let's do margin top to 10, so we'll give some space, and then we want this icon along with this input in one line. So simply for this div, right, we'll add a class name flex item to be in the center, and we'll give gap of 3. Perfect. See, also we want to give for this div, actually we'll give margin y to 5, so we have proper gap. And actually this background gray, let me take this out and we'll apply to each of this card, right? And over here, instead of adding padding to this one, we'll adding padding to this particular inside div, something like this. See, and this one as well. Only we want to give margin top to 10 to the parent div, and inside this card we'll add padding and everything. See, now it's look good. If you think you want to give more padding, just add the padding, that's all. Next we want to add one more input, so here I will add outside of this div, and for this placeholder I will simply say project slash startup name, and for this one I am going to add description, or we'll say tell me about your project, and save it. See, okay. Also we'll give margin y to 2. If I save this one, I think that's good. Also for this input I'm going to add text of small. Okay, after this one, if I go back, now we have this proper information and everything. I want to add some more spacing, so we'll add margin y to 7, so we'll get more spacing between these two cards. And then we want to add a button like this. See, okay, so I will copy this existing code from the basic detail, and if you come to this point right here, same code I'm gonna use, so I will copy as it is, and I will paste it inside this project list lead. So after, let's add after this one. Okay, not here, my bad, we want to add inside this div only, something like this. Okay, so instead of map pin, here we want the URL, so here we'll say link to, then default value, obviously our default value will be project.url. on change we want to add, but for now I will just comment this code and everything is good here. On this second link, second will be the category. So let's find some meaningful icon for the category from the Lucid. So here, if I go, we'll add some category icon. So maybe I will add this square stack, that's little meaningful. Okay, so simply I will say square stack. Okay, and here for the category I will just add a category from the project, and for on change I will just keep commented for now. Obviously we need that, but for now I will keep as it is. And then let's save this one. Let's go back to check everything is working or not. Okay, map pin is not defined, it's saying. I thought I removed that map pin. So let me remove this, and obviously we want to set this selected option. So we'll define this constant selected option comma set selected option is equal to use state. Let's save it, and I don't know. Okay, now we have this link. For that one we have the URL. Oh, so we by mistakenly add this input to this one, so that's not correct one. So let me go to this, and this is the selected option. So here we need to add one more option along with the link, which is the category. And for this category I will add this square stack like this. Okay, and here we will say category. If it's a link, then it will go to the link placeholder URL, and for the category I will change this to category. Here will be a category. I think we are good. Let's test this out. Perfect. Now if you see, we have category, but both are selected. That's interesting. Okay, so here also I change the option inside the CSS, and the last we're gonna change the color. So here will be the for, let's say blue for the link, and the yellow for the category. Okay, perfect. See. Okay, so here we have the link, and here we have the category. For now, if I try to change it, changing for everything, right? So maybe we need to add an index. So if you see right now, as I told you before, right, we have facing this issue that everything is updating because we are storing the state, this option in this particular state, right? And this state is updating all the list, correct? So what we can do, along with this link, you can even pass the index value like this. Okay, so for example, if I connect the index value, and every time index will be unique, right? And here obviously we, while checking here, we also check link plus index and category plus index, and let's test this out. So if I refresh it now, if I try to update this one, see, now only for this record it's changing, right? And not for the all the record. See. Okay, perfect. Now let's add the on input change event, right? So whenever user type and user stop typing, we want to save the data similar like this basic details. So what we can do, as we know that we already have the implementation for the on input change, I will copy everything as it is. So this is on input change. Let's copy this one, and let's go to the form content, and over here we'll just paste it. Okay, now make sure that all the information is there. So let's import the DB, which already have. Then let's add the update. Instead of user info, we want the project. Then we are setting the value. We will pass the field name, obviously the event target value, that is correct. And instead of equal to, here we want to pass the record ID. Okay, so we can call it as a project dot id comma project id. Okay, and along with the field name we'll pass the project id. Okay, I think that's enough. And obviously on input change, as you know, oh, I think we incorrectly put in incorrect component. So let's cut it from here, and we want to paste inside this project list init. Okay, so don't be mistake on this part, very important. So now make sure to add all of this. Let's add a db first, then let's add a project from this util schema, then equal to, and I think everything is okay for now. Let's add a toast because we are showing the toast message, right? And then if you scroll down, we already commented this code, right, on change. So in this case we are updating the link, which is url. So here I will just pass the url along with the project id, so project.id. Same thing for the category. I will uncomment this one. Here I will say category, and then we'll pass project.id. okay, so these two field obviously we are making change, and description, so I think we forgot, so we'll add that over here, description and the name. So I will just copy this on change from here, and we'll paste it for the username, not username, the name of the project. Here we'll say name, and the last over here, which is the description, so DESC, and save it. Right now we have this category, that's good. I thought we don't have category. I think we are good. Now let's try this out. So here we call it as a tube guruji. Right now we got one error. Let's see what's the issue. So it's saying timeout id is not defined, so let's define that one. So at the top we'll set let timeout id. Okay, and let's save this one. Let's start typing, and as soon as I stop, if you see, it's changed, right? It's saying now saved. But let's see in database it's actually saved or not. So now if you see for this latest one, it's showing the name as a tube guruji. It means it's working. Let's write subdescription. Here we'll say YouTube channel. Okay, and boom, let's refresh it, and if you see, we have the description, right? Now if I try to refresh this one, okay, if you see, the data is not populating, right? And that is important for us. So if I go to this input, make sure to add default value. So here we'll say default value, and we'll say project dot name, and for this as well we'll add default value. We'll say project dot description, so DESC, and save it. Now if I refresh this one, you will see the text and this your description as well, right? And I will say, for example, sample description, and boom, it's saved. And even though if I go here and refresh it, you will see the change. Okay, now let's try the category. So right now we don't have the list of category because we want to show it as a drop down, but here for now we'll say, for example, educational. Okay, and save it, and boom, it also saved. Wow. So if you see, the category is saved. Even though if you in future you want to update the link, you can just go here and update the link as well. Okay, I don't know why there is some issue in the, but yeah, now we have the link, and here you can update the link if you want. Okay, so here the logo making app, if you want to change somewhere, that you can do it. So that's how guys you can make update and add the content. Now another important part over here is to upload this image, right, the icon. So in order to add an icon, right, logo for your application, we already implemented the logic for this one, right, where you can select the image and all. Similar way we are going to implement here as well, because we are just showing the picture for now, but we need to show or we need to give option to pick an image. So if I go to basic detail, and over here, let me remove this code because we don't want, or we can keep for now, but I will copy this all of this information because we have already this thing. Let me, because we want the input actually. Okay, so we'll copy this input which help us to pick the image, and I will paste it here. And then Simply we want to wrap this image inside the label like this. Okay, now if I save this one, obviously we make sure to add this handle file upload. So we need to copy this all of this content and we'll add it inside our project list edit. Okay, so make sure to import everything. So make sure to import reference, then storage, then upload bytes, the db we have here we need to change with the project, then equal instead of equal to, right here if you remember we added this project id and all, so we have to replace with that one. And let me remove one more, and here profile image, here we'll say logo. Okay, and then file name alt media. That's pretty good. Here we don't need to set the profile image, but for now I will remove this one. Now here one more important thing we need to consider, that here if you see we have the input and id is a file input, but we also have the same id in our basic information. So make sure the id is different than what you are updating, right? So here I will change this to project file input. Okay, and here as well we need to change to project file input. So where is this another yeah, over here, project file input, and save it. Okay, so this is very important. Now if I open it and try to upload something, let's say upload this image and save it, right? Now nothing is happening for now. Let's see, everything is good over here. So let me go to and check inspect panel inside the console. Let me, so we have the result and it's saying updated, but let me refresh it once, and we are showing the toast message. That's correct. Okay, so if you see it's actually updated the result, but let's try to upload another image. We say open. Okay, now it's saying the saved, right? Because we did not refresh. But if I refresh the screen, now here you will see the logo column has now information. Okay, try to update for this one. Now obviously it's not updating on the screen, but if I refresh it, now you will get the result, right? Let's update for this one with this image. Open it, it's updated. If I refresh this one, you will see the image is updating for the first one. Okay, the reason, as I say, that it's still checking this HTML4, right? It's same for all of these three, correct? So another option to this one, right? Here we'll say file input, project file input, and we'll connect with the index. Okay, and same thing we want to do it here because index value is unique, right? And save it. Now if I refresh it and try to change this one with this image, open it, it's updated. Let's refresh it, and boom, now if you see it's work. Okay, so this is very important, guys. Make sure, because we are using this custom input UI, right? We are hiding this input, but we are showing adding this label with the help of HTML4 and ID. We are connecting these two things together. We have to make sure this information is different every time. Perfect. Now as I say, right, as soon as you update it, we have to make sure that we will get the latest data. So what you need to do, inside this if result, right, we're gonna, let me remove this all of these things, and we're gonna call one method called refresh data. This information we will pass back to our parent component from here. Okay, and inside the form content where we are calling to get project project list, right? Now on the refresh data we'll call this method so that we will get the latest information. Okay, let's save it and then test this out. So I upload this image now, and if you see it's changed immediately. So cool, right? Let's upload for this one some beautiful image. So let's upload this burger image. Okay, and I open this one and if you see, it's saved and now it's changed to burger. Perfect. So that's what we wanted, right? Also, this all the information is updated according to our requirements. So if I go here, let's say YouTube channel, okay, and boom, see here we say tube guruji YouTube channel. Here we'll say tube guruji. Perfect. And obviously every time we update it, after you just stop writing, we are running this one, right? We are saving the data, and now if you refresh for everyone, everything is there for you. Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular section. I hope you understand how easily we added this information. Now the next important part is to give the option to delete this particular project, or to give option to enable and disable this one, right? Means you, even though you did not delete, but you can have option to add, make it as an inactive, okay, so that it will not show on your actual portfolio page. So that is very important. Now let's add these two options to delete this project or to active or inactive the project. So let's go back to our application. Inside this project list, edit component, and inside here, as we have this div, correct? So here we are showing this link. Now I will just wrap this inside one div, and I will add the same class name for this one, okay, and save it. Now let's make sure that everything is good. Perfect. Now first thing we want to add the toggle. So if I go to the Tailwind CSS, and if you search for the toggle inside this data input, right? So this is how it looks. See, this is a simple toggle we want. So let's go to the JSX. I want the primary color, but that's fine. You can check for the primary color how to use it, okay, but let's copy this one for now and go back to your project, and inside here I'm gonna add one div, and inside this div let's add that toggle. Now if I see, let me refresh the screen, and you will see this toggle. Okay, perfect. Now this toggle, you can make it as a toggle primary color, and make sure to remove this check as a true and save it. Now you have this beautiful toggle as well. For this flex, let's make it not this one, but let's probably this flex, let's make it item to be in the center, and make sure to do justify between, so it will be on the right hand side in align to this one. And here I make primary, let's try to make a secondary and save it, and yeah, perfect. And after this we want to show the small button, okay, for a delete icon. So here I'm going to add a button. Inside that I'm going to add a trash icon, let's say trash 2, save it, and here I will do class name, we'll say button primary, and here we'll say button small, okay, and save it. Now if you see, we have this beautiful button. Let's give some gap between these two. So add a class name, we'll add a flex gap of, let's add 3, and make sure to add item to be in the center. So item to be in the center. Instead of primary, let's make it as a, I don't know whether we have this error, button error, yeah, so it will be in the red color. Perfect. Now on the click of this one, we want to show some dialog message, right, and or some confirmation message that do you really want to delete, and on this one we just want to enable and disable immediately. So let's implement the logic for enabling and disabling. So before that one, if you remember, we are passing the event, and from the event on a file input change, obviously, so on the event we are getting this value. So instead of getting the value every time, right, we'll just pass the actual value. So here we'll say value, and we'll pass the value, okay, and wherever we use this on input change, here we'll just pass event dot target dot value, okay, because it's better to pass it from here. So okay, not for this one. Okay, this is the different one. This is a file upload, so don't make a change into this one, only on file input change method. So here and last here, and then if I go to the, let's go over here where we have the toggle. On the toggle we'll add the same logic. So on change event, I will just paste it here. Oops. And then on this here we need to add active along with the project ID, all which already passing, and I think everything is good. Let's save it and then test this out. So for example, if I refresh the screen and if I click on enable, right, if you say it's saved, if I go back to our application and search for the active, now if you see this particular project is active, right? Let's make all of this active, and all of this active now, correct? If I refresh it, you will see all of those are active. If I make one of them are a false, let's say make this as a false, and you will see it's saved. Now if I go here, you will see for this active, oh, let me refresh it. So false is not working as expected. Let me check. So first thing, let's update that one as well. So here by default value as check, and inside this one we'll say project dot active. So we'll get the value which we required. Okay, so here is thing. So instead of value here we need to pass check, I think. Okay, so event dot target dot check, and then it will return true or false. So if I refresh this one, and what is the active, right? So event dot target dot check. Let me try to enable all. If I refresh this one, now we have all true. I don't know why it's not showing. Okay, so we were updating incorrect field actually. So not this one, we want to update the toggle one. So that is over here. Okay, so here we'll make it as a check. Let's try it now. So this is for the toggle. Okay, let me refresh it. And one more thing, here we need to provide the default value as project dot active, and make sure we did incorrectly here. So we'll remove this one, and this need to be, I think, check. Now if you see everything is check. If I make this as a false, so it's saved but it's not reflecting over here. So here instead of check, let's just make default check. Okay, and then project active value we pass. I think now we solve all the confusion. Now if you see these two are false and this is true, the last one is true. Let's check it out. So if you see two are false and one is true. Now let's make everything as a true. So we'll save saved, and if I refresh it, okay, let's make this one as a true. Okay, perfect. And now if I go here, perfect, all are true now. Okay, so that's how you can do it. Now let's implement the last part, which is the deleting the project, right? In order to add a alert dialog or some pop-up confirmation message, we are going to use this sweet alert. So it has a beautiful pop-up window which help us to display or show the confirmation dialog. So go to the installation section, and this is the website. You can just search on Google as sweet alert and you will find this website. So this is the command in order to install. So let's go to your project inside the terminal, paste it here, and then in order to use it, right, you will see the usage over here. So it has a lot of different example as well. So go to the example, and search for the one which we required. So let's me search for something like this. See, are you sure, do you want to delete it or something like that, right? So this information, and if I say yes delete, so it will say okay deleted. So I will copy everything as it is and I will create a new method. So here I will simply create a new method. So constant, so here we'll say on project delete, and say I will just paste it here. Make sure to import this swal, and then here I will pass the project ID. Now everything I will keep this content as it is, that is relevant, and if you want to keep this swal you can keep it or you can just remove it. And if you want to show the toast message, you can show the toast message as well. So here we'll say error toast message and we'll say deleted. Okay, perfect. And obviously we actually want to delete the data, so here we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot delete, and from which table, so that table name we need to provide, then where clause, and inside that we provide equal to, we'll say project dot id comma project id. Okay, so this project id we need to pass it here, and as we are using await, so make this as async. And now if I copy this method name, and we need to attach that to our button, which is the trash icon button, right? So on click, and here we'll pass project dot id. Let's save it and let's go back to our application. Let's refresh it, and if I try to delete it, say it asks me do you want to delete. If I cancel this one, so it will not, it will just cancel the dialog, right? But if I say yes I delete it, say it's saying deleted, and say okay. Okay, now if I go back and check, if you see that particular record is deleted now. But obviously as I told you, we have to make sure to refresh this data. So for that one, just call this particular method called refresh data, because we already implemented that this particular method call. So just add it here and save it. Now let's test it again. So if I refresh it, now we only have to, let's try to delete this one. We'll say yes delete it, and boom, see it's deleted. So now here I made some couple of changes in the meantime. So if you see right now, I'm make the color of this icon similar. Okay, so I removed the icon color and I kept the default one. Also I added the third option called banner, where user can have option to add a banner for their project. Okay, if I click on this one, you will see this banner, same thing, the same functionality I use it. Okay, so for example, let's add this banner, click open, and then it will upload the banner. Okay, the same way the way we added or upload the logo, same functionality I added here, and obviously everywhere we can do that. Okay, so that functionality is available for all the projects. Now let me show you the code change that I made. So one change in a file upload for a project, right here I'm passing the field name, and this field name I am passing dynamic way. So we don't need a handle upload file different for different project, right? Only an inside the picture, right, which we are rendering our logo and banner. Inside here on the change of the file upload, right here I'm passing the logo as a field name, and for the banner I'm passing banner as a field name. Okay, so that's over here. Okay, the reason that we are passing that field name, because that's what we saved inside our database. So if you see we have the banner. If I refresh it, then yeah, so here if you see we have the banner image, and then we have the logo, and that's what we are rendering, right? So that's how the small update I made it. Obviously all other functionality is same, nothing get changed. But if you want to add this functionality, just you can access my source code, or you can go to this tubeguruji.com, where you will get exclusive courses along with the source code as well for a free for all the projects, and you can join it by under $7. Okay, so just go ahead and try it and get exclusive access of source code and the courses as well. Okay, so I hope you understand this one. And one more important thing, I made it here. If you see, even though if I scroll this one, right, only this content is getting scrolled and not this one. Okay, because for the mobile preview I just added the fix when the screen size is smaller, and we give this specific width inside the mobile preview. Okay, and inside the form content, okay, here we just made this overflow auto so that it will be a scrollable and this preview will be fixed. So even though you scroll it, right, you will see this preview throughout the your changes.
Along with that, I also made one change into the category section where user can pick the category from the list. So for that one, we simply use the Daisy UI selector and added the category. Otherwise, everything is as it is, even the function and everything is as it is. Now, whatever category you will select, let's say select this category, and then it will save automatically. Let's select the for logo making, we can go here and select the category like design tool, and then it will save it, and even though you refresh it, that category will be there as it is. Okay, so that's how we can add the select drop down so that user can pick the category from the existing list. So here we want to add one more category. So let's go back to our application, and here we have all the category we added, right? So let's add one more category. So here I will copy this line and paste it here. Sorry, my voice is not good today while recording this video, so please bear with it. So instead of this image, we want to add something like a map, because we are showing a graph that it will show how many user click happen to that particular website or project. So let's go here and simply add a graph. So we can show something like this line chart. So here I will replace with this a line chart, and here instead of banner I will say line chart. Okay, and I think we are good on this bar, and okay, I think we're good. Now if I save this one, you will see that, let me refresh this once, you will see the third option. Obviously for that option we need to add the some value inside that, right? So for the link we have this one. So let me copy this option for now, and then I will put it here as a question mark, and here like this, not question mark, like this. Okay, now here I will say line chart. Now here we'll say enable here we'll say enable project visitors, or we'll say show project visitors graph. Okay, and obviously here we're gonna change everything, so I will remove these things from here, because inside this one we want to show a toggle. So in order to show the toggle, right, we already have the example of toggle. So I think for delete we use the toggle. So this one, same thing, I'm going to use it here like this. Okay, and on change input is check, this is okay, and here we'll say show graph. Okay, and it will be a true or false, and then save it. If I go back to our application and turn this on, you'll see this option, right? Let's apply some styling to this one. So here we'll say flex justify between item to in the center. Perfect, like this. Okay, so and let's add a border as well, and we give padding of 2, rounded large. perfect, something like this. Okay, and then once we have this one, right, obviously we have to make sure that inside the Visual Studio, let me refresh this one, inside the projects we need to add that one new column. Okay, so let's go to the schema, and here we'll add that new column, and we will say add show graph. Okay, so this will be a boolean, and we'll say show graph over here, and default value will mark it as a true. Okay, and then save it. Now obviously you need to stop studio, and then you need to push these changes so that it will update your database. Now again run the studio, make sure that new column get added as a show graph, so initial value is true, and also here default check will show graph. Okay, and save it. Now let's try this out. So if I selected this one, right, it will say show project visitor graph. Let's enable this one and check. Now it's saying saved. Let's refresh it once, and if I go to the graph, obviously it's true for now. Let's make it false, so it will say saved. If I go here, if you see, now show graph is showing false. Okay, so this is the quick change that we made it and added this new option. Obviously you can add as much option as you want. Okay, perfect. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now in this section we are going to implement one new feature where user can change the position of this one, means he can drag it at the top and push this one to the bottom. So it can set the actual order for this particular project which he added. So let's consider I have this particular project, right, and I have another project over here. Now if this second project I want to move at the top, right, we should do that because user might want the his favorite project at the top and other project at the bottom. So we need to give some option to move it. So for that one we are going to use this React Beautiful DND. Okay, so this is one of the best library to add a drag and drop functionality inside your application. So if you see this example, so this is how we want to build it. Okay, so very first thing, if I scroll down, I will put this link in the description, or you can just search for the React Beautiful DND and then go to this installation documentation. So over here you need to install this particular library. So copy this one, go to your project and paste it here, so it will install this beautiful DND. Now next thing, we need to add this drag and drop context. Now I will explain you each detail by detail, but first thing, we need to add this context where we want to implement this particular functionality. So inside the project list edit, right, if you remember, that's where we need to add this one. So I will import this drag and drop context. Okay, and if I scroll down, so because we want to move the project list, right, so I will wrap this with the drag and drop context. Okay, so this is the context where we want to provide drag and drop functionality. Okay, after this one, also after this we want to add on drag end which is the callback. Okay, so once the drag and drop in, this drag and drop in will execute. So here I will add constant handle on drag end. Okay, so we will attach this method to this on drag in. So after this one we need to add droppable. Okay, make sure to import this one. Now this is droppable is nothing but where you want to allow user to drop the project which you want to do it. Okay, so it just nothing but if I go back to this example, right? So in this example, right, this is the continuous context, and this is the droppable zone where you can drag it and drop it. Okay, so that is nothing but the droppable. Now inside this droppable we need to provide a droppable ID. Okay, so here we'll say droppable, this is the ID. Okay, you can give whatever ID you want, and then it will have one property called provided. Okay, make sure it is in the curly braces, then here it will add provided and then arrow function like this. Okay, let me bring in one line, so yeah, like this. And then this particular project is we need to render over here. Okay, but before that I will add one div, and inside this I will add this project list like this. Okay, so if I scroll down, now we have the droppable, we have the provided, and inside that we have this div. Now for this div we need to provide the reference, so this reference will be provided dot inner reference. Okay, as soon as you type it you will get the suggestion, and along with that we need to also provide provided dot droppable props. Okay, so these two properties are very important. Then we already have this project list, correct? And inside the project list now we have to provide a draggable context, which is the draggable context over here, right? So now obviously this div we need to drag and drop it, correct? So over here we'll add draggable. So this draggable we need to import it. Okay, and then we need to provide a draggable ID. So this ID need to be a unique ID. Okay, so I will provide as a project, this is the project, yeah, project dot ID, because project has a unique ID, and make sure it is in the string form. Okay, and then we have to provide the index, so I will provide the index as index, so this index, and then close the tag. Now we need to wrap this div inside this draggable, something like this. Okay, oh, let me close this one. Perfect. And again similar like this one, right? If you see we have droppable, we have provided. Again for this draggable as well we need to add the provided. So here we'll add provided and then the arrow function like this. Okay, and simply wrap this div. Okay, so I will just add it here. Perfect. So similar like this one we have to add it. Now to this provided we also need to add the reference. Okay, so if you see for this div add the reference, same thing we have to do it here. Now we will do it for this particular div. So simply we need to add the key, which is the project.id. Then we will add a reference. Oh, we already have the key, so I will remove this and we'll keep this one. Then reference will be provided dot inner reference, and then we have to add dot provided dot draggable props. And one more important here, we need to add dot provided dot drag handle props. This is very important because when you switch it, right, this draggable handle props is important. So I think we are good. Let's save this one and then let's go back to our application, refresh this one, and let's test this out. So right now if you see nothing is happening, right? So because let me go back. So here let's go to the inspect panel and go to the console. If I try to drag it, we got the error from this React Beautiful DND, and it's saying invariant fail, cannot find a droppable in 3 with an ID droppable. This happened many times. So for this one, let's go to the next.config.js, and here we need to add one configuration, which is react strict mode and make it false. Okay, so let's save it and then let's test this out. Now if you test this one, right, if I try to move, see, it's getting move, right, and I can switch it something like this, right? But if I try to move this logo making at 1, right, it's changed this value to the previous one. It is getting changed, but it's updating the value because on handle on drag in, we did not add any logic here. We need to add and update our list accordingly. Okay, so here first thing, we're gonna create one new state to hold this project list. So we'll say constant project list data comma set project list data is equal to use state, and then inside the use effect, so let me add a use effect over here. So use effect, so whenever we have the project list, okay, simply we'll update, so we'll set the project list data with the project list. Okay, and then if I scroll down over here, we can write condition. So obviously handle on drag will get some result, we can call it as event, and here we'll say if result is not there, and means result dot destination, if not there, then we'll return nothing. Okay, otherwise we'll say constant new list is equal to array dot from, and here we'll simply add the project list data. Okay, then we will write constant reorder list is equal to new list dot splice, because we need to update that our list depends on the moment. So we write result dot source dot index comma 1, and then next we need to write new list dot splice with result dot destination dot index comma 0 comma reorder list. Okay, and then once we have all of this information, we'll set the set project list data with the new list. Okay, and let's save this one and let's test this out. So let's go back to our application. Now if I move this to the position 1, okay, so we still have the same issue. Let's check our logic. Okay, that's because we did not update our, means we need to render our new project list data, not the project list. Okay, and now let's see. So I will move this logo making app at the top, right? Oh, so we got this error that project.id is undefined. Let's see. So let's see here. So over here index, right, we need to provide the actual index value. Okay, this one, because I was changed by mistakenly, but make sure to provide the index with the index value, and then save it. Let's go back to our application. Let's refresh the screen, and now if I move this logo making at the top, and boom, if you see, now I can move top to bottom, depends on your requirements. Okay, so if I move this down, I don't know why its list are very minimum, so that's the reason it's not working as expected. But once we have the lot of list, it will work. Okay, now one more important thing I want to tell you here. Right now you are, means you can click anywhere in order to drag, right, and we want to avoid this one. So we are going to provide one handler over here. So it's quite simple. If I go to the Lucid, and here we'll just type something like this, right, this grip vertical. Okay, so what you need to do, after this div, right, I'm going to add one more div, and inside that I'm going to add this grip vertical. Okay, and let's save this and let's see how it looks and where it position. So right now it position over here. We want inside at this position in the middle. So I'm going to wrap this in one div again along with everything. Okay, and then for this div I will add, oh sorry, not for this div but this newly added div, I'm gonna add class name flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. And obviously it looks weird, but we need to make this flex column. Okay, still not working properly. Wait, let's undo everything for now. Something is not right. So instead of this one, let's add over here, and then you can just wrap this over here. And then for this one, let's add a class name flex column, and let's width to be full. And now this is how it looks. That's good. Here now make it flex item to be in the center. Perfect. See, and let's give some gap. So here I will add gap of 4. Boom. And now only for this one we need to add the handler. Only when you click over here and try to drag, only that there where we need to allow user to drag it. So for that one you need to remove this drag handler props from this div and just add for this grip vertical. Okay, and save it. Now if I go here, if you try to move this, see, it's not working. But if I try to move this one, then only it works. Okay, so that's how you can do it. Now at the last we need to update our database. So right now if I added one more project, but if I refresh it over here, right, and try to drag something, let's say I am dragging this one at the below. Okay, so it's looking good, but if I refresh it, it still show eraser at 1 because we need to update our database accordingly. Okay, over here. So first thing, we need to add a new column inside the projects, and we can call it as order. So let's go back to our schema and we'll update our schema. So here we'll simply add order, and then we need to add this will be a integer. Okay, so let's add integer. We'll add id, not id, here we can call it as order dot, and default value we'll provide as a 0. Okay, and I think we are good for now over here. So let's save it, and then let's update this one. So I'll stop the studio, then I will push this change, and then we'll run our studio. And if I refresh this one, you will see a new column with the order. Right now it's showing 0 0 0, right? But let's say let's add some order over here. Okay, something like this, and save these changes. Now we have this order 1 2 3. Now when we fetch the data, we will order with this order. Okay, so if you remember, let's go to our page where we are fetching our data. Maybe inside the provider where we are getting the user details, that's not there, but let me check where we fetch the data. Inside the form content where we fetch this data, and if you see here we order by the project ID with a descending. Now here we'll change this to ascending, and we'll order, make sure to import this one, okay, from the Drizzle ORM, and here we order by the order. Okay, let's save it. And now if you see, first element we will get tube gurji, second we'll get logo making, and third we'll get eraser. Now if I go here and refresh it, we'll get in that order. See, first, second and third. Okay, now whenever inside the, when we drag it, right, we need to update that order as well inside our database. So over here we're gonna add, first let console it. So console.log, here we'll add um, result, and let me explain what we are getting once we drag it. So let me go to the inspect panel, console, and over here if I try to drag this one, see we got the result. Inside the result we have the source, which index you are moving at, destination at which index. Okay, so we have to update 0 index with 1, and then we have to update 1 index with a 0. Okay, so vice versa, same thing we are going to do over here. So first thing, at constant result is equal to await. Here I will add db dot update the table name, which is the project, and then here we'll need to write project. I think we already have the project in imported, so let's verify it. Yeah, and make this as a async dot set, and here we need to update the value. So we'll update the value of order with the, let's go back, and with the order, because this is source and we move to this destination, so destination dot index. So result dot destination dot index. Okay, and obviously we need to put where clause, so equal to, and here we'll add project dot order matches with this index. Okay, so result, not index but this one, source dot index. Okay, perfect. And along with that we also need to add where clause with equal to, because we need to give the project dot id. Okay, so obviously right now we don't have that id. Let me check where we have this id over here. So we don't have currently. So if you see, right, let me go over here, and this id is nothing but the project.id is nothing but the droppable id. So inside our console you see this, sorry, the draggable id. So we directly access that one using result dot draggable id. Okay, so this here we are updating the source to destination. Okay, and then also we need to write one more. Here we'll say result underscore, but in this case we need to update the source dot index. Okay, and here we'll say destination, and the draggable id, here we need to update. So first let me comment this out and we'll get the result of this one. So we'll get console.log and the result. Now if I go back, so okay, so it's reassigned. We'll change this name to result1. And now if I try to move this, so unable to find it draggable with id 3. Let me refresh this one. So if I test this out, right, let me refresh the screen, go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if I try to move this one, right, up, oops, let's move this down. See, we got the result, right, along with this all the information. Now next we are going to add the preview section in this particular chapter, where whenever you update something, right, you will see how it will look on mobile, and obviously you can open that link to view on web. Both on web and mobile you will get a different experience. Okay, so First thing, let's go back to VS Code, and inside this, let me close all of this tab, and inside this app folder we are going to create a new folder, and the route it will be a dynamic route. So I will start the folder name with this square bracket, and then we'll give the folder name as a username. Okay, and inside that we'll add page.jsx file, add the default template. Here we'll say user profile, or we'll say user page, and save it. Now if I go over here, right, and if you want to go to this user name called TubeGurji, right, it should navigate to the TubeGurji. See, if I go again, something like this. Okay, you can user have any username like ABC, right, and it should navigate to that particular page, and that's the reason we have to give the folder name start with this square bracket, so it will be a dynamic route. Next, inside this username, we are going to add their own layout.jsx file along with the provider.jsx file. Okay, so let's add a template over here and save it. Now for this, we'll add a children. Here we'll say user page layout, and inside this, instead of rendering children over here, we will use our own provider, and inside that we will render the children. Okay, now inside the provider we'll accept the children, and over here we'll just render. Okay, and save it. Now on the screen, if I go to this user called TubeGuruji, you will see nothing get changed. Okay, only thing, we provide their own layout and the provider. Now for this provider, now we can provide a data theme. Okay, and this will be a unique theme. So here I will give, for example, light, and if I save it, you will see the light color for this theme. If you want to give a dark, let's say dark, and save it, you will see the dark. Okay, now if you go to the Daisy UI, you will find all of this theme, and you can apply any of this theme. Let's apply this cyberpunk. Okay, so just you need to pass it as a cyberpunk and save it, and then if I go back to our application, you will see the cyberpunk. Okay, so that's how, guys, you can apply it. For now, we'll provide the light, but obviously once we implement the style feature, then we'll pass this data theme dynamic way. So whatever user select, that theme we will pass it here. Now once we have this page ready, right, this page need to render inside our preview. So let's go to the admin, where we have the component called mobile preview. Now inside this mobile preview, we'll simply just show the iframe. So over here we'll add iframe. Okay, we'll end the tag, and inside this we'll give some, for example, some title. So we'll say profile, then source. So in this case, we want to give this particular source. Okay, so right now for a testing purpose, I will provide like this, but this username need to change, and this base URL need to change. So once we want to move to the production, we will change that one. Okay, but let's go to .env.local file. Inside here we'll add next_public base URL is equal to, and then up to localhost we'll add it. Okay, let's add it with a slash, and then this base URL we'll just add over here. So let me clean this out with process.env.base URL plus, and then you can add the username. So in this case is TubeGuruji, and then save it. Next, we need to add the width. So we will keep the width as 100% and height as well as 100%. Okay, and we'll add a class name with a rounded corner. So let's add a rounded, let's add Excel, and let's see. Now if I save this one and go to our admin where we are showing the preview, and boom, if you see this user page which we are showing, right? Let me open this in a new tab. See, so whatever you saw on this page, it will render over here. Okay, so right now here I'm gonna add 25 pixel rounded. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Okay, for example, now if I go to this provider, not provider, but let's go to this page.js. Okay, and here I make flex item center, justify center, and then here if I put height to screen, save it, you will see over here it is in the center of the screen, but inside this mobile view it will be in the center. So actually it's apply the mobile view. Okay, so for example, if I change this inspect to mobile view, something like this, so this particular view is getting rendered inside this iframe, inside our own mobile view. Okay, so that's how it works. Now let's talk about how we want to display it on the screen. So if I go here inside this mockup, right? So on the left hand side we need to show a username, location with a description and option to subscribe to the email. And on the right hand side we want to simply show all the projects with some all the details. Okay, so this will be our mobile web view. Sorry, this is the web view, but on mobile we want to keep the code same, but we want to make it responsive in a such a way that it will look like this. Okay, at the top we have user information, and at the bottom we have the all the project details. Okay, and once user click on the project, then it will redirect it to the actual URL of that particular project. So that's how we need to get it. So for that one we need to get a two important information. One is the user details and other is project list. Okay, which belong to that user. Okay, so that is very important. So for that one, let's go back to our application and let's go to the schema where we have this user info and project schema. Now here we are going to modify or add the relationship between this user info and the project. Okay, so it's very easy. Let's export it. Oh, sorry, here we'll say export constant, we'll say user project relation is equal to, we need to add relations from the Drizzle ORM. Then here we need to provide the primary column which is user info, and here we need to add a many to one relationship, means each user has a multiples project, right? So we add user info has many projects, so we'll add many, then arrow function like this, and inside this one we need to add project, we'll say projects has many, so make sure to import this many, and here we'll say project. Okay, so this project we added over here. Also we need to show one to many to one, so export constant, here we'll say post relation is equal to relations, and inside that we'll add projects comma, now this will be a one relationship with the user, so here we'll simply add one, the arrow function, and here we'll add user as means each project has only one user, right? So user info comma, and then inside the field we'll simply add project dot user reference, because we need to provide the on which field we want to connect, right? And so in this case is projects, make sure it's project, right? So I will make it project only, not misunderstand. And then after this we'll add a reference as user info.id. okay, so we'll just connected this user reference with the user info.id, and this is the post relation, this is the user project relation. I think we are good over here. Okay, because if you see over here we already added this reference. Okay, perfect. Now let's save this one, and then I will clear this and just push these changes. And now if you see it's saying no change detected, that's fine, and run your studio. Okay, so this is just a relationship we added, we did not update any column or anything. Now once you add this one, let me close all of this tab and then go to this user info provider tab, where we are going to fetch the user detail along with the project information. So here we'll say get user detail with, or we can say user details, and inside that we are going to use the query this time. Okay, now if I go to Drizzle, right now we were just using this select insert operator, right? But Drizzle ORM also provide their own query. Okay, and these are the query very easy to use it. Once we have the proper schema, then you can just define this query to get the expected result, and these are the schema. Okay, so in this documentation you will find everything, but let's implement our own. So in order to get the user detail along with the project, we need to write constant await db dot user info. Okay, let me, I don't know why. Okay, so this need to be a query dot user info dot find many. Okay, so inside the find many we need to add with, and then we need to provide, we also want the project, so I provide it as a true. Now inside the console we'll just return the result, and now here we will use the use effect. Okay, along with we need to get the user information constant. Here we'll say user is equal to use user, and then once we have the user information, we pass the user over here, and here we'll add if user is there, then execute get user details. Okay, and as we have the user information, here we can add where condition. So this is little different, we have to add where equal user info dot email is matches with the user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, and then save it. We don't need to add this semicolon, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so as we are using use effect, we need to make this provider as a use client. Okay, and that's the reason we use this provider and not added the logic, or we did not convert this layout into the client side, because inside this layout we can add the metadata which help to add a SEO. Now if I refresh the screen, let me work on this page, because on this page we are fetching data, right? So go to the console, and if you see we have the array list. Inside the array we have all the details along with this project information. Okay, so along with this user data, and then inside the project list we have all the list of object for each project with all the details. See, we have all the details. Okay, so that's what we wanted. Now let's save this in one state. We can use the context which we define already, right? But if I go to this admin layout, currently, inside the provider we define our user context provider to limit it to this admin, right? So what we can do, we will remove this from here, and we can put it to our parent layout, or we can call it as a root layout. So simply I will remove it from here, and inside this layout.js file we can add the provider for that one. So we simply add a provider.js, add the default template, and then here obviously we'll render the children. So we accept the children as well, and then we'll wrap it inside this provider. Obviously you need to copy a lot of things, so let's copy everything from here. Okay, so I will just copy this, or you can cut this one and paste it inside this provider. Okay, let me copy this import statement, and then make sure to import this user detail context. Okay, now what we did, just simply we added this context provider not only to this admin area but complete application. Okay, now if I save it, just to make sure that everything's there. So right now inside the basic detail we got the error, and then once you paste it inside the our layout where we are rendering these children, just add your provider which is inside our root layout provider, and this render these children. Okay, and then save it. If I go back, and if you see, everything is there as expected, nothing get changed. Okay, even though if I go over here right now, nothing get updated, because that's what we wanted, right? So this is the quick thing we need to update. Now let's go back to our username provider, and here we need use constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and inside that we use detail context. Okay, as simple as that, and save it. Now once we have this result, we'll set the user detail with this result and save it. Perfect. Now another important thing, that we gonna add a new column inside the user info, and then we can call it as a theme, right, where we will store the theme color. So in order to add a column, go to the schema, inside the user info, here we'll add theme, and then this needs to be a varchar. Let's say add a theme. The default I will add it as a light theme. Okay, save it, and then update your schema, and then run the studio. Make sure the schema is updated with the new theme. Right now the default is light, right? Now inside the provider, once we have the theme as well, here we can just replace it with the user detail dot theme. Okay, so if I go here right now, it's applying the light theme, but from here if I change this to a dark theme, right, if I refresh it, it will show dark theme. Okay, now it means whatever we save inside database, that theme is showing and reflecting for the screen. Perfect. So that's what we wanted. So right now we have the light theme. Let me refresh it. You will see the light theme, and that's what it's showing over here as well inside the preview. Next, I hope you understand until this point, because we make some modification with the existing code. That is very important to understand in order to proceed further. If you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Let's implement the UI for the mobile preview. So let's go back to our application inside the page.js, where we have this page. Let me remove all of this thing for now, and here I'm going to create a new folder inside this username, and we can call it as a underscore components. Inside that I will create two new files or two new components. First is user detail info.jsx, and another is profile not project list.jsx. Okay, let's add a default template for both of them. and then import these both component inside your page.jsx. So one is the project, let me add a div for that one, both of them. So one is the user detail info and other is project list. Okay, now we need to divide the screen. If you see this layout, right, so we will divide this screen into a 3 column. So first, second and third, and out of this 3 column we will assign 2 column to this project and 1 column to this user detail. Okay, so here we say we give padding 3, and when the screen size is medium we give padding x to 10. Okay, then here we'll add a grid, then we'll make grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller. When the screen size is medium we'll say grid column 3. Okay, and we'll give gap of 5. So for this one, class name, when the screen size is medium we'll simply add column span 2. So out of 3 column, 2 is assigned to the project list, 1 is for this user detail info. Let's save it, go back to our application, and if you see, now we have user detail and the project list as well. Then let's go to the project detail info. First here we will get the user details from our context, user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and here we'll say user detail context. We'll pass the user detail. Okay, and then save it, and over here we'll accept the prop as a user detail. Now inside this user detail, let's add a div. Inside this div I'm going to add another div, and here we'll say tweak image, or we can say tweak picture source, and in this case the source will be user detail dot our profile image. Okay, so if I go inside our studio, inside the project info we have this profile image. Okay, then we need to add the class name, and add a class name, and inside here we'll say width of 70 pixel, height of 70 pixel, and we'll make rounded as a full, and save it. Now if I go back, so right now we use this context, so we need to make this component as a client, and this one as well. Right now if you see, we have this user logo. You can change this height, make it 90 and 90, little bigger. Perfect. Next, below that we need to add one more div, and here we'll say username, so where we'll add user detail dot name, and then the location. For the location I'm going to use map pin as a icon. Here we'll make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. For this we'll add a font bold text to XL. Let's add a large, and when the screen size is medium we'll make text of 2 XL, and save it. Perfect. We'll change this color little lighter, so here we'll add text gray, maybe we'll add 500, little lighter. Okay, next we want this both the things into the center, so for this div we'll add a class name, make it flex. When the screen size is medium we'll make flex column, we'll make item to be in the center, and when the medium we also already have the item center. When screen size is medium we'll make item to start, and we'll gap of 4. You'll see the change now. So if I do the inspect, okay, and if I decrease the screen size, if you see this change, right? So that's fine. For this div, let's add a class name. We'll make width to be full, then flex, item to be in the center, and justify between. Okay, we'll add that logic later on, but if I save it, this is how it look. Now we want these things at the below. It's up to you how you want it, or you can keep as it is as well. Okay, and if I increase the size, it will come down. Then let's bring everything in the center. So we'll add a class name, flex column, justify center, and when the screen size is medium, we'll give height to screen. So it will come in the center, see, like this. I think this is good. Now also I'm gonna change the width. So here we'll say width of 130 pixel when the screen size is medium. Height and width. Okay, so I just increase the size, the name, and this one. Next we want to show the description as well. So maybe after this div we can add h2 tag, and here we'll just add the user detail dot bio. Okay, let's add a class name, margin y to 7, and text you can add a gray, maybe 600, and save it, or you can keep as it is. Let's see how it looks. So it come over here. So let me put over here, and perfect. And at the last we want to add the email subscription component. So here we add div. Inside div, let's add an input. So let's go to the Daisy UI and search for the input. Copy it and then paste it here, and then we'll add a button. Here we will say subscribe. Now this button will be button primary, and save it. Perfect. And let's bring it in one line. So class name, make it flex, gap of 2. Perfect. Okay, and this is, I think, okay. Now here let's add a class name, and then let's add flex column. We'll give gap of, let's say, 4, and margin y to 3. Let's add margin top to 3 only. Perfect. Okay, now user information is there. He can add the description and this subscribe button where user can add the subscription. Now here I will change add your email. Okay, so user can add the email, and once user subscribe, then you can save it inside our database. Okay, so this is a simple way. Now if user want to change to the dark theme, let's change from our database to dark. So our studio is stopped, so return it again and save this change as dark. And if I go over here, if I refresh it, I don't know what's happened. So just refresh it and you will see the change, and make sure you will get the result of 0. Okay, not only the result. Let me close all of this tab, and you will see the change. Now here if I change this theme, let's say cyberpunk, and save the change, refresh the screen, and here it will change to cyberpunk. So I don't know. Yeah, see. Okay, so that's how you can update the theme color as well. That we're gonna see in this particular course later on in this video. But if you see on this screen here, we'll see the change. Now one more important thing, uh, if I go over here, you can add the height screen. You want the screen size is smaller, but it will come inside the middle like this, right? So just here, let's make it justify center only for the medium screen, and then it will come at the top. Let me refresh this once and refresh this one as well. Perfect. Now we have the details, and here as well. Okay, so this is our user info screen. You can add more feature if you want. I will keep it simple. Now let's implement the project list. Now after this one, we are going to show the list of projects. So let's go back to our application, and inside the page, let's pass the project list. So here we'll say project list and user detail dot project. Let's save it and then go to the project list component, accept here as a project list and save it. Now inside here we'll add we'll just enter the project list dot map. Here we'll say project comma index and then add a div. Now key will be the project dot id because that will be the unique. Here we'll add a twig picture, provide the source which will be the project dot logo. Here we'll add a class name of width of let's say 40 pixel and then height of 40 pixel. Okay, and then save it. If I go back to our application, let me refresh this one, and now if you see the 3 logo is showing on the screen. Let's make it rounded full, save it, and for this div let's add a class name, make it padding of 7. Now we'll convert it into a grid. We'll make grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when screen size is medium we'll make grid column 2. Okay, also we'll add a border, shadow we'll add a small, and make rounded corner to be large. So this is how it looks. Let's add a gap as well. Okay, so this particular thing we need to remove from here and we'll add it to this div. Here we'll add a gap of 7. Perfect. Okay, also let's add a padding of 7 to this one. Perfect. Okay, let's make it 5 padding. After this let's add a div, and I will wrap this inside this div because we also want to show the project name. So will be the project dot name and then class name, make it flex gap of 2 item to be in the center and save it. Okay, perfect. Then on the right hand side we're gonna show the name of the category. So here I will add a span tag. We'll make project dot category. I will make class name. We'll make text access. We'll add a background as a primary and save it. Then we'll add some padding. Add a padding of 2. We'll make rounded full and then put it on the right hand side. Make a secondary. Let's see how it looks. We'll make text white and then we'll put on the right hand side. Primary is fine, I think. And for this h2 we'll add a class name, we'll add a font bold and justify between, make it flex, item to be in the center. And for this we'll make text normal only, font normal. Okay, and we want to put it on the right hand side, so this need to be flex. Perfect. Okay, so here I'm gonna change the background to info and then text to info content instead of white. If I save it and let's see how it looks. Perfect. If I refresh it inside our small screen, and I don't know why it's not showing, let me refresh here as well. Now when I did the smaller screen, right, see this particular project is going down. I'm putting some white space, right? That's because inside the user detail screen we added this hide screen. Just remove this one, save it, and then if I go back to our application, you will see over here as well as expected one, and here as well, even though if I change the screen size. Also we're gonna show this category only when the screen size is larger. So let's go to this project list, and here initially we'll do hidden, and when the screen size is larger then we will just display it as a block. Okay, so here you will see on smaller screen it's not showing. Okay, perfect. Next we're gonna add the description. So after this div, let me format this first, and after this div I'm gonna add h2 tag, and we'll simply add project dot description. Okay, and if I go over here, now you see the project description is showing on the screen. Let's change the color, and we'll add a class name, text base, we'll say content and 80% only, and we'll make text access, and on the larger screen we'll change the text to small, margin y to 2. For this category as well, let me bring this down. We can add the info, but here I want to change, and we'll convert this into a badge instead of this pan. Okay, so let me remove all of this because I just remember that we also have the span tag. So if I go to the Daisy UI, here we have the badge. Okay, let me bring back, and they are very easy to display, see, like this. So copy this JSX, and here I'm going to copy this accent color combination, put it here, and now just display project dot category and make text small. Obviously let's go back and we make font normal, we'll make it XS. Perfect. Also we'll make hide it on smaller screen, so hidden, and when it's medium then we can show it as a block. See, perfect. Also inside the user detail info, after this div I'm going to add one button, so here we'll say button, and I'm going to add a share icon to this one, and this will be hidden when the screen size is medium or larger, and we'll make button as a primary. Okay, if I save this one, go back to our application, and on the smaller screen you will see this button. Let's add text, button small. If I save this one, and also change the height or width of the icon. Perfect. Or let's better to keep this button over here, and simply we can also add as a share. Okay, so user can have option to share this one, then description, then all the details. Now let's add more style to this project list. Now whenever I hover on this one, we need to show some effect. So here I'm gonna add hover. We scale the size to 105 for transition all. Also on hover, we are going to show some shadow and save it. Now if I hover on this one, see. Also we'll make this cursor pointer and save. Now for this div, let's wrap inside this link, next/link, and this one as well. And then let's add href. Now we already have the URL. If I go to the database, right, for each project we have this URL. So when user click on this one, we need to navigate to that URL. So here we write project.url, save it, and then if I click on this one, right, it will navigating to that particular URL. Okay, so that's how it works. Also along with that one, we need to save the user click. Whenever user click on this one, we need to store inside our database. So we'll do that in a upcoming chapters, but for now I hope you understand this particular section. Now we are going to implement the style functionality for our application. So first let's go to the navigation. So if I go to this admin, and inside the component we have this side navigation. Make sure to add a path. So here let's add a path as an admin. Then here I will add a path as a /admin/style. Here we'll analytics and so on. Now when user click on this menu, so I will replace this with the link, next/link, and we'll add a href and we'll connect it to menu.path, and same here we'll go to this link and save it. Now let me check. So I forgot to add for the fourth. Now once everything's done, now everything's running properly. Now if I click on style, right now we don't have that page, right? But if I click on this pages, which is this default admin page, now in order to implement the style page, go to the admin folder, and inside the admin folder we're going to create a new folder and we can call it as a style. Inside the style we create page.jsx file, add a default template and save it. Here we can call it as a style and save it. Now if I click on style, you will redirect it to a style page. Okay, now here you can add a class name, which you can say height screen, and save it. So it will be a full screen. Next we want to show on the right hand side with a profile, the mobile preview option. So similar like the admin panel. Okay, if I go to the page.jsx, we'll copy this existing layout and paste it inside a style, but instead of this one we will add theme options component. Okay, obviously we'll create this component So inside the style, let's add a new folder called components, and inside that let's add themes option .jsx. Add a default template, save it, and then make sure to import over here. Let's save everything, go back to our application. Okay, let's import this mobile preview as well. And then on the right hand side you have mobile preview. On the left we have to add the theme options. So let's go to the theme option over here. I'm going to add h2 tag. We'll say select your page theme. We'll add a class name, we'll add font bold, text to Excel, and then save it. Make it 3, and then let's add padding y to 10. Now over here we need to iterate with this all the theme color. So if I go to the Daisy UI, you will find inside the theme section, you will find all of these themes, right? Now for all of this theme, I already have the inside the underscore data folder which I created newly. Inside that I created a theme.jsx file, and inside that we have all the object of list with the color schema and then with the theme name as well. So if you see everywhere, right? So it has a primary, secondary, and all of this information. Now we are just going to iterate that one inside the theme option. So here let's add a div. Inside this div we'll use let me go here. Yeah, we'll add themes dot map. Here we'll see theme comma index and the arrow function like this. Inside that we'll add a div, and inside this div we're gonna add one more div. Okay, now for this div let's add a class name. We'll say width to be full, then we'll give height of 40 pixel, then and then inside the style we'll just give a background color as theme dot primary. That's all, and save it. Now if I go back, you will see all the color combinations. Now for this div let's add a class name and make it grid column 2. For medium size we'll make grid column 3, and for large screen we'll make grid column 4. Okay, and then save this one. You will see this option, right? Now we divide it into 4 options. Also give some gap, so we'll add a gap of 5. Perfect. Now I will copy this div and I will paste it 3 more times. Now in this case we'll add a secondary, then here we'll add a base 100, and here we'll add accent and save it. Now you will see here blocks. If I refresh this one, you will see in one line, right? Now simply for this div let's add a class name, make it flex, and now you got this kind of effect. Okay, perfect. Now for this div let's add some padding of 3 and save this one. Perfect. Let's also add a background gray 700. Okay, and let's make it rounded, so make it rounded large, and also we want to add some rounded corner for this first item and last item. Okay, so for this one we are rounded left side large, left side and this large, and for the right here we say rounded right side large, and save it. Now if I go back, and this is how it will look like. Okay, now here even though if you remove this hide screen from this page, that also fine. Okay, and now only this content is moving. Perfect. Let me update one more thing inside theme option. background color, we'll make it to 800. And now once we hover on this one, right, let's add hover effect. We'll scale to 105 and we'll add smooth transition as a transition all, something like this. Okay, and once user click on this one, we need to update that inside our theme option, because we already added the theme column over here, right? See this one, so we need to update that. So here I'm going to add on click event, also add a cursor pointer, and then simply add on click event on theme select. Now inside that we need to pass the theme color, so theme, and here we'll say theme color or theme name, and in order to update it, we'll say await db dot update. Make sure to change this as async, and we need to update the user info. We'll say set, and we'll just need to update theme, so with the theme name, and where obviously here we need to pass the user information. Where equal user info dot email is matches with the user dot primary email address dot email address. So and then here we just write if result is successful. Make sure to change this to result. Then we'll show the toast message. We'll say toast dot success, and here we're gonna add a message like saved, and position will be top right, and save it. Now also let me go back, and as we are using the hook, so make this component as a client side and save it. Now if I select this one, right, so it's saying saved, but if I go to the database, we'll see it's changed to Bumblebee, right? Now if I refresh the screen, you will see the change. See, not only here but in your page as well, you will see that change. Okay, so that's how you can add it or make your theme, or you can update your theme as well. Now here we need to also update whenever we change the theme, right? So here let's get the user detail from the context. And here we'll simply add the condition inside the flex. So let's add a curly braces tag, because we are adding a dynamic styling, depends on the conditional. We can call it as a conditional styling. Here we'll say user detail dot theme is equal to user selected theme. So obviously we need to, or we can just write it here theme dot theme. If that is correct, then we will add a condition. We will add a border rounded large and save it. Now if you see, by default this one is selected. Okay, so that's how you can do it. Also, if I select any other, right, it's updating but it's not showing this as a selected. So one way that you can do it is to save the selected value. So here we'll say selected theme, set selected theme is equal to use state, and then here we'll simply add option or condition that selected theme is equal to theme dot theme, and we then add an operator. But obviously whenever we click on the on theme select, right, inside this on theme select we also set the selected theme as a theme, and let's check whether it's working or not. So if I select this one, see, this is get selected, but this one is also selected because we don't have updated data. Okay, but don't worry, that's what we are going to see next. How can we update the data as soon as we made some changes inside our page? Then we have to update our preview as well. So now whenever user click on any of the project, right, we need to save the click along with the for which project it's click and the month. Okay, so for that one we need to create a new table inside our database. So let's go to the schema, and inside this schema I'm going to create a new table, and we can call it as a export. Let's export it constant project clicks and is equal to pg table. Here we say project click, make it big small, and then after this we're gonna add the list. So here we'll say id serial, which id, and this will be a primary key. Then project reference, this is very important. So project reference, because for which project user click it, so we will refer or we connect this one to this project table. So simply here we'll say integer project reference dot references, and here we'll say project dot id, and then last we need to save the month. So here for the month we'll say varchar month, and that's all. Okay, if you need something else we can do it, but for now we are good with this. Let's save it, and then let's stop the studio and run our. So we need to be here, so push these changes. So we have one error, it's saying month is not defined. Okay, so this need to be in quote, and then push it, and then run the studio. And in the studio, if I refresh it, you will see a new table called project clicks, and with these tables. Now let's go back to our application, and inside here where we are rendering this project, so let me close all of this tab, and here we have the project list. Right now we are using this link, but here you can add the on click event. I will just make sure on the link we are adding this on click event. So on click event, but rather what we can do, instead of using this link, right, we can use div. I know we used converted div to link, but right now I will again revert these changes back, and over here we'll add on click event. So here on project click, and then for this one I will pass this project information, and here I will simply create this method called on project click. This will accept the project. Now let's say constant result is equal to db. Here we'll say await, so make this as async. db dot update, so not update, but in this case we'll add insert the table name, which is the project clicks dot values, and then we need to add a value. So here the first thing we need to add, the month. Okay, so in this case the month will be the current month. And now in order to get the months right, we're gonna install a new library called npm I moment, so which help us to format date in any format. Now in this case we just want a month, so here we'll simply add moment dot format, and then we want month, so we'll add mmm. After this we want project reference. It means we need to connect this project clicks with this project reference, so we'll just add project dot id, and that's all. If I save this one, and obviously along with that one we'll navigate this to new URL, so we'll open, and here I'm gonna add the URL, which is we'll get it from project dot URL, and we'll open it as a blank. And if I go back, let's refresh the screen. If I open this one, see opening new tab, right? As soon as I click it, inside this project clicks, you will see the ID with the project reference, which is the 7 number, the project ID, and the month on which user click this one. Okay, so that's how, for example, let's this logo making app, the eraser clone app, to Gurji YouTube channel. Now again, if I click on logo making app 2 times, right, you will see that 2 times over here. So this one and this one, see. Okay, so that's how you can save the project users click whenever user click on the project. Perfect. Next we need to display the graph, how much user click it and all, right? So depends on the month and the number of clicks, we can show the beautiful graphs. So for the graph we are going to use rechart graph. Okay, so this is very popular graph library and very easy to use. So in this lecture I'm going to tell you how to integrate this graph as well. So first we will implement the example and then we will modify it. So let's go to this guide, and this is the command in order to install this one. So install this rechart. Then once you're done with this one, let's go to this API and select the chart which you want to integrate. So we want to integrate the chart like this. This is the area chart we are going to integrate. So let's copy this example for now. So I will copy this as it is, and inside this underscore component I'm going to create a new component. We'll say analytic chart.jsx and add the default template. Now inside this one I'm going to add this area chart. Okay, now obviously you need to import this all of this all of this rechart import like this. So now you have to integrate linear gradient, then x-axis, y-axis, then this grid, the tooltip, and the area. Okay, make sure all of them are imported and then save it. Now if you see for this one, it has the data provided, right? So right now we'll use this data. Okay, we'll just copy this dummy data, so let's copy all of this. Okay, and here we'll make constant data, we'll copy everything, so we'll keep as it is. Okay, and save it. Now let's go to this project list and then import this below this description, and we can call it as an analytic chart. Obviously that's the component we created. Let's save it and go back to our application, refresh it, and then you will see this chart. That's quite weird, right? Don't worry, we'll fix this one. Now go to the analytic chart. The first thing we need to do is to make it responsive. Okay, in order to make this responsive, here we'll simply add responsive container from the rechart, and then here we'll give width as 100%, height of 100%, and then we'll remove this width and height. Okay, and then wrap your complete area chart inside this responsive container. Now responsive container will take care of your application responsiveness. Now if I refresh this one, let me see why it's not coming. So here instead of height we need to give specific height, let's say 100, and now we have this beautiful responsive graph. Correct? Let me change the theme of this one. So if I go here, go to the style, and I will add some light theme, and if I refresh this one now, it will see light theme. Perfect. Now it's showing the two graph. We only want one, so from the analytic chart you can remove one linear gradient. Okay, and also you can remove one value from here and save it. But it also remove. Okay, let's save this one. Let's see how it looks, and then remove this one area, and now we have this beautiful graph. And if you see how cool it's looking, right? Next, let me update this little bit. Now also we gonna remove this background lines, right? So just remove these Cartesian lines, and that's all. Now if you want to change this width and height of this x-axis, this particular name, right, you can even do that. Here you need to give style, and then you can add the font size as well, or let's add a font size of maybe, let's say 20. And if you see, oh, let me refresh it. Oh, it's quite bigger. We'll change this to 10, and now it's much better. Also I will update the left hand side, which is a y-axis, and simply add a style. We'll change the font size to 10. Perfect. And we have this beautiful view. Okay, so I hope you understand this, how we added the graph. Now next thing, we need to fetch our own data from the database. So depends on the project, we need to fetch the information, right? So for that one, let's go to this project list, and then we will fetch our data. So here we'll say constant project analytics data, and here we'll make a query call. Okay, so simply we'll say constant result is equal to await, make this as async, db.select, and then here we'll say total click, because we want our custom response. So here we can write total click. Now in order to get the total click, right, you can get it by using arithmetic operation. So if you go to this Drizzle ORM documentation and go to the select, and inside that you will see aggregation. So you can do that particular operation, like if you want to calculate the count and all, right? So similar way we are doing. So here we'll say count, the dollar sign, here we'll say project click dot id. So this need to be capital, that's fine. And then here we'll say map with number, we have to make sure it's a number. Okay, next we need to get a month. So we'll say month is equal to project click dot month, and then project id as a project clicks dot project reference. From that one we'll get the project id, and obviously we need to group by this one, but we'll get put a where condition first, where equal user info. Now here, before where, right, we need to connect this to our project table. So here we'll say right join, then let's say project, and then on. So we have to provide, make sure to import this equal, and then we have to write project clicks dot project ID, or we call project reference, comma project dot ID. Then we have to write inner join. Let me close this first, and then we'll say inner join, and then inside the inner join we have to say user, because we also need to connect user info equal project dot user reference, comma user info dot ID. And then here we'll add a where condition, where equal user info dot email matches with the current user email. So here we'll add constant user is equal to user. From here we'll get the user information, and then last we'll need to group by, because we are doing aggregation, right, some operation over here. So we have to group by with the project clicks dot project reference, comma project clicks dot month, and then we'll just console the result. And obviously we need to call this inside the use effect, whenever the user information is available, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, make sure you are not getting any error. But if you go to the inspect panel, inside the console, inside the project list at line number 42, which is this one, and if you see, it automatically gives us a group by with the project ID, project click, and all. So in this case, if you see for project 3, we click 2 times, it's showing 2 times with the month and all. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back and let's save in one state. So it's constant project click data, comma set project click data is equal to use state, and here we'll set the project list data with the result. I will remove this for now, I will keep it for now. Okay, next we need to send, or we can pass this data over here. Okay, so whenever, every time when we are rendering, I think, yeah, every time when we render, right, we will pass some information. So we can call it as a data, and then we'll pass the information. Obviously before that one, we need to make sure our data will be in this format. Okay, because every time depends on the project, right, depends on this project ID, we need to get only send that particular data. So here what we can do, we can write constant get project analytic data, or we can rename this get project wise analytic data, and this will get the project ID, and inside that we'll simply add let response is equal to project analytic data dot filter with the project, and here if project dot ID matches with the project ID, and that data will get it here. And then we'll define one empty array, we'll say result empty. Inside this one we're gonna push some dummy value, because obviously we don't have a previous month data, right? So simply here we'll say month as a March. Total click will be 0 and project ID doesn't matter, but we can say project ID 0. I'll copy this 2 times and then we will actually push the real result. So here we'll push response of 0. Okay, and that's all, and then we'll simply return this result. Now this method we are going to call over here and make sure to pass project.id. Now inside the analytic data we'll get the data, and we don't need this data anymore, but we have to make sure we'll change this data key. So here will be the in the data key will be the month, and for the area we need a total click. Let's save this one and this one and go back to our application. So right now we got one error, it's saying project analytic data filter not defined. So let's go here inside the project list. Okay, so this need to be incorrect, so this need to be a project click data. Okay, and nothing is showing on the screen, it's empty. Let's see what's the issue. So it should be a total click. Let me go to the console. And this will be total click and everything look good. So here we need to change this one, because inside this project click data we have the project reference. Let me check quickly. So this need to be a project ID. Okay, so here we'll just change this to project ID. This matches with this project ID. So here we'll see project ID, and now if you see the change. Okay, right now for this project we have only 1 click, for this we have 2 click, and so on. Now for example, if you see we have 2 click, if I click on one more time and refresh it, you will see now it has a 3 click. Okay, so that's how it get changed. For this project list, I'm going to give margin y to 8, so little down, perfect. And over here inside our database we will see that change as well. Okay, now if I go over here, and if you remember we have this analytics, where this option where do you user want to show the graph or not. Okay, so in order to do it right here, we can add an option if project dot, and let's check the field name. So inside the project we have the field name called show graph. If show graph is true, we'll add an operator, then only show this analytic. Now if I go back to our application, and if you see in this case we don't have this one, only for this 2 project we are showing analytics. And obviously you can enable this, depends on your choice. For example, let's enable for this one, and it's enable for this one as well. And now if I refresh it, you will see for all. So that's how it works. Okay, so I hope you understand this one, and if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So there will be a quick fix I want to tell you here. So right now we are adding this empty data along with the first element which we are getting from this response, but we might have a case where we have this April data, June data for the same project, but here we are just fetching the first element. Okay, so that's not a correct way to do it. So to fix it, we can do final, let's say final result is equal to, and then we have to write the spread operator. So inside the spread operator, it actually merged two array into one. So in this case, I will give first as a result and then second as a response. So dot here we'll say dot 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 response, and then this result will return back. Now if I save this one, go back to our application, and boom, now for this project you will see it has April data, June, April, May, right? Obviously here this need to be, let's say, June only, because that's not correct way, but yeah. And if I refresh it now, perfect. So that's how our graph will look like. Now here we need to make one quick fix. So currently inside this username provider, we are passing user's login email address to get the user details, right? But when user is not login and you want to share this URL with your friends, then it will not work. You have to pass the whatever the username we are looking for, that username we need to pass over here, right? So in order to get that username, you need to write constant path, use path name dot replace slash with the empty. Okay, and then as a path we can change this to user name, and then we'll get the actual username. Okay, now over here we'll set username, we'll need to add the equal with the username. Okay, and save it. Now if I go here and if you see, if I search with tube Gurji, now we got this one. Okay, now same thing you have to do it even though you are not logging. If I go here new tab and if I not login, still, so here is not showing because here we are executing this get user details only if user remove that condition. We don't want this condition anymore. And now if you see, it's boom, right? We got the data. So that's how you need to get or search for any users with the username and don't need any sign in or sign up, right? Now most important part of this application is to update this preview whenever we make a change. Right now if you try to make a change, it's not getting updated on the preview section, right? So let's do that one. So let's close the tab, and over here I created a new context, okay, and I call it as a preview update context. Okay, so it helps us to update our preview. Okay, so this is simple context. Now let's go to this admin provider, and inside here we will just add preview update context dot provider. Here we'll provide the value as update preview comma set update preview. Okay, and then close this tag. Obviously you need to wrap it to this children, and then you need to define this with a default state. So here we'll say constant is equal to use state, and the default value I will add as a 0. Okay, and then save it. Next, whenever you make an update, right, for example, let's go to the admin component and basic detail where we have this on input change, right? So whenever the change happen and we save the information, we need to make some updates. So first let's define that context. So constant is equal to use context, and here we'll say preview update context. And as I say, whenever the input change and value saved, then only we're gonna make set update preview as update preview plus 1. Okay, it means we are just changing the value. Okay, every time we're gonna add a new value with the existing one. Perfect. Now also whenever the file is uploaded, we will also call it here as well on a successful upload, obviously, and save it. Next, if I go to the provider, let me copy this context line, and now let's go to this mobile preview where we want to update, right? So this is the preview. Now actually we are updating or refreshing this iframe. Okay, but before that let's import this context update context, and then For this iframe, sorry for my voice is so bad, I know. Now for this iframe we need to add a key, and for this key we'll just add the update preview value. It means whenever the key value changes, the iframe automatically get refreshed. Okay, and save this one. Now let's go back, refresh the screen. So right now we use this create context inside this preview update context. So inside this provider, make sure to make this as a use client. Okay, let's save it. We have one more error in for mobile preview as well. We need to use it, use client. Now if I refresh it, everything's look good. Now if you see, we have the text TubeGuruji YouTube channel. Let me remove this one and we'll update with this text only, and boom, see, it is get updated immediately, right? Even though if I change something, hey there, and then it will add that text hey there, and I'm not refreshing it, automatically refresh as soon as you make a change, right? So that's how guys you can update or refresh this one. Same thing, whenever you make some changes, make sure to call this update preview and update the value. Okay, so for example, now inside the form content, inside this add project, maybe where we have the handle submit, and here we ask, okay, this not this one, let's go to this project list edit where we have the on input change, and here as well we'll update that. Okay, so make sure to import that context first, and then simply call this set update preview. So here we'll say update preview +1. Whenever file upload per project, that time you can do it, and on delete as well we can do it, and that's all. Okay, on drag as well, obviously you can update on drag as well. Okay, so here we'll say we just add a condition if result, we'll update it and save it. Now let's test this out. So here we'll set YouTube, and boom, now if I go here you will see YouTube and it's updated with the latest information. Okay, so that's how guys you can auto refresh it, even though you don't need to refresh this button, right? As soon as you type it, it will automatically refresh it. Now let's go to the style, and here as well we need to implement it, correct? So let me close all of this tag first, and then let's go to the style. Inside the style we have the component where we have this theme option, right? Let's import it, constant update preview comma set update preview is equal to use context, and then here we'll say preview update context, and then whenever the value change, here we can just update the preview. Okay, let's save it and then test this out. For example, if I change this bubblebee, see, it changed to bubblebee. If I change this is aqua, see, the layout change, and you can immediately see the change, correct? So that's how beautifully we can add this functionality. So guys, that's all for this particular chapter. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now in this section, we are going to implement the analytic part or analytics screen, where user click on analytics, and there we're gonna show all the total unique visitors with an beautiful graphs. We also use a bar graph in order to show the visitors by project and also total subscribers. So right now we don't have total subscribers, but later we can add that one as well. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside the admin I created a new folder and which called analytics. So it will be a route, it's called new route, and inside that I added page.jsx file. Okay, And on the screen, if I go here, this is how it looks. Now obviously here you can add height to the screen so it will fill with the background. Now we will divide the screen into 4 parts. Before that, let's add some padding, and then here I'm gonna give a name called analytics. Okay, let's add a class name, font bold, text to Excel, and also I will add margin top to 10. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Now as I say, we'll divide in the screen into two parts, means 2 columns. Here let's add a div. Inside that we'll add a class name grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when screen size is bigger we'll add grid column 2. Okay, then we're gonna add a div, and here we'll say total unique visitors, another div for the total project view, another for the total subscribers, and last is for let's say coming soon, not yet decided. Okay, and here we'll give gap of 10, and right now this is how it looks. Okay, obviously we will give a margin y to 10, so some distance from the top. Now first thing first, let's create a component inside this analytics. So for that one I'm going to create a new component folder, and inside that I'm going to create a new component which hold the unique visitors. Here we'll say unique visitors.jsx. Okay, add the default template, and then let's create another one for project visitors.jsx, add default template, and for this 2 component we'll import it here. So one will be a unique visitors and other will be project visitors, and save it. Okay, so these 2 components get added. Now let's go to this unique visitor component. So first we need to fetch the unique visitors, right? So if you remember, inside the username under this project list we already fetch the project data, right, which along with the total count and all. So I will just copy this one, and then I will create a new method. We'll say get total visitors, and I will paste it here. Okay, let's make this as a async. Make sure to import this, all of this import statement, the SQL as well, along with this equal to the where we don't need it. Okay, everything's there. Okay, now we need to modify a little bit in this particular query. Okay, so we just need to show the month and the total count in that particular month, right? So I will remove this project ID for now, and then inside the group by we don't need this project reference. Okay, we'll just group by with this project month. Okay, and let's save this one, and obviously we need a user information, so we'll say constant user is equal to use user, and save it. Okay, and this need to destructure and save. Now let's check it out. So we have to convert it into use client and save. And if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, if you see I don't think so we console the result, so console this and then call this method. So use effect will pass the user and make sure whenever user is available, then only we'll get totals visitors. Okay, and save it. Now we got error that project clicks is not defined, so make sure to input this project clicks, the user info and the project as well. And now if you see, we got a data. So currently we have only May 10 data. Okay, so if I go inside our database, I think our studio is not working. Let's run it again and refresh it. Let's go to the project list, and if you see, we only have the May month data. Okay, perfect. Now this information will save in one state. You can call it as a data comma set data is equal to use state, and simply we'll set it. Also I will accept dummy as well if the information is not there, to show some kind of information. But before that, let's save this data and save it, and let's show it on graph, and let's see how it looks. So for the graph, if you remember, we'll copy the same graph. So from the analytic chart, I will copy this responsive container as it is. I will paste it here and copy this import statement and paste it here. Now here we need to provide the data. Let's save it. Let's go back to our application, and if you see, we have the data. Okay, let's give some predefined height. So here we'll say 250, and we have some proper height now. But here, as we only have the one information on one object list, so we'll add some dummy data. So here we'll simply say constant dummy is equal to, and here we'll simply define the total click is equal to 0, and then I will put a month as March. Oh, sorry. Okay, let's put March and April. Okay, and let me keep this over here, and then we also can keep this in our data instead of keeping over here, so that we can reuse it, right? Because we already have this data here. Inside that we'll say graph data.jsx, and here say export constant dummy unique visitors, and over here we'll say constant final result is equal to, we'll add a spread operator like this, and then our result, and then we will set this final result. Okay, now if you see, let me refresh this once. Okay, something is not right still. Okay, make sure it's spread operator here as well, and then save it, and boom, we have this beautiful graph. Okay, perfect. Let's add some styling. So here you can add class name, border, rounded, large, add padding of 7, and then inside that I will add h2 tag. We'll say unique visitors and save it. And let's add some styles. So class name, font bold, text large. See, like this. You can even give margin y to 3. Perfect. Okay, next thing we do for the project visitors as well. Now next we want to show project visitors. Now these project visitors we want to show in the bar format. Okay, so for that one, let's go to this project visitor component, and inside here we need to first get the information. So I will just copy the from the project list. I'll copy this one, go to the project visitors and then paste it here. Now over here we're gonna make a couple of changes. Okay, so first and very important, we need to remove, we'll keep this project ID as it is, but instead of month we'll get the name of the project. So here we'll say project dot name, okay, and no month. Then we'll keep everything as it is, but instead of the month now we'll change with the name. Okay, and then make sure to get all this information. So we need to get user details as well, or you can get the user's information, doesn't matter. I'll just copy this existing code. Let me copy this one and put it inside the project visitors, inside this equal instead of username. Okay, and then let's add the import statement. That is very important. Okay, let me add it manually. That's very difficult. So let's import db first, then sql, then equal, and that's all. And let's call this inside this project analytic data whenever the user is available, because this is on the admin side, right? So let's save it. Here I'm consoling. Obviously we don't have this project click, so right now we are just console the result. Okay, we use effect, let's import the use effect and then make this as a use client. Use user not defined, let's define this one as well. So we have data project click is not defined. Okay, so we need to define this, all of this schema. So don't forget user info is need to be there. Let me refresh this one. We have one more error, syntax error. Let's see what's the issue. So here we need to change this project because it's project.name. Okay, perfect. Now if you see, we have this all data for 5 projects. Perfect. Now let's go to the rechart. So search rechart, and here we'll search for the bar chart. Okay, so over here we have the bar chart. So this is the code. Copy this one and then inside this project visitor just paste it here. Okay, then make sure to import all of this component from the rechart. We don't want this grid. I will remove this one. X-axis, import it. Y-axis, import that one too, and the bar. Okay, now let's define a state called data, and inside this data we need to set this one. So we'll say set data as a result, and then we already passed to this one. Let's save it and let's test this out. So right now if you see, we have this information but which not looks correctly, because first thing, let me remove this one of the bar. Here we need to give the name of the project, oh sorry, not name, the total click, and then name of the project. Okay, make sure to uncomment this one as well because we commented. And now if you see, we have the result, but it's going out of screen So let me format this first, and then we will wrap it inside this responsive container. Okay, inside the responsive container we need to give width as 100% and the height is 250. Make sure it is same, that's what we give 250, that's right. And then wrap your bar chart inside this responsive container and then save it. And if I go back, and boom, we have this beautiful bar chart, right? Now similar like this unique visitor, we added this padding and all, we're gonna give as over here as well. So here we add a class name padding of 7, we add a border rounded large. Okay, and then we need to add this h2 tag. So we'll copy this similar h2 tag and then paste it here, and here we'll say project visitors, and boom, see, and both are looking exactly same, right? The height and all. So that's how you can add that, and it's completely responsive. So if I decrease the screen size, see how the graph bar is changing its size as well. Now if you think you want to change the color, you can just change this color, and if you want to change this label total click, you can even do that. For example, if I go here and change label, we'll say widgets, and if I change this one, I don't know why it's not changed. So there is some issue, let's see later on, but I hope until this point you understand everything. Okay, now for total subscribers, we don't have anything right now, so we'll keep as it is, but once we have implemented the subscription and other, then we can show that I added that particular analytics on this particular page. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So guys, now we are at the last chapter of this particular course. In this chapter, we are going to deploy our application on a cloud so that you can share this project with your friends and family. Okay, so consider this is our application. Okay, and first thing we're gonna do is to deploy our application to the GitHub. Okay, the reason that we want to push it into GitHub so that we can share this code with your friends, family, or while deployment is very helpful. Okay, then you need to, we are going to deploy our app after pushing to GitHub, we will connect our GitHub to the Vercel. This is the hosting service providing or cloud service provider where you can deploy your application, and whenever we make a change to the GitHub, it automatically deploy our application to the GitHub. As simple as that, right? So first thing, let's go to the GitHub, create a new repo, and inside this repository I'm going to give a name as dev developer portfolio bio, or we say developer portfolio builder. Okay, we'll make this private and then click create repository. Now here, first thing, let's go back to our application and let me clear this. We need to initialize the git, so just write git init. Then we need to, let me put this way, yeah, then we need to copy this origin name, so we'll just add git remote add origin. Okay, then we need to add git add space git commit, here we'll say initial commit, you can give any commit message, doesn't matter. And once you commit it, as you are pushing very first time, you need to push with this command because we are pushing to origin, and then it pushed to the origin. Now if I refresh it, you will see over here, okay, it's pushed just now. Now go to the Vercel If you don't have an account, create a new account, because if you see many of my project I deployed on Vercel only. Okay, now on Vercel you have a new project, and then here you need to make sure to connect in any Git repo. You can connect with GitLab, Bitbucket, but currently we push our code to GitHub. We connect with the GitHub. You will see our project name at the top, and then click import. You can give any name whatever you want. Now here we need to add the environment variable. This is very important. Now let's go to the .env.local file. Now whenever we push your code to the GitHub, this .env.local file is not pushed to the GitHub, okay, because it is ignored using this ignore file. And if you see over here, it get ignored. Okay, so copy this next environment local file and then paste it here as, and immediately we'll see it get added. Okay, and then click deploy. Now it will take some time to deploy your code. You might get an error, but you can check log and make some update in your project, and then again deploy it. And boom, if you see, our project is get deployed. And this is the preview. You can click on this one, it will open this domain. And right now, obviously, in order to access, you need to sign in, but you can continue to dashboard. And here you will see all the details inside the deployment. You will see your current deployment, the analytics, all the information, okay, along with the storage settings and lot of other things. Now if I go here, now here if I log in with my account, and then immediately it jump on this page, okay, and everything is working as expected. Depends on a change, you will see the update here. Also if I remove it, you will see that update too. Okay, not only that, but if I go to this domain and my username, which is the TubeGuruji, and you will see the page as well, and this is my page. Now even though if I share with this with anyone, this page will get shared with other people. Now if I go to the inspect panel, change the size of this one, and boom, see how beautiful looking with all the details, right? And this is the mobile view. You can change this mobile to Pro Max, and here you will see the details. Okay, so guys, that's all for this particular chapter. I hope you enjoyed this complete course. And as I say, if I go to the style, everything is here. In the status, you will see the status and all. Okay, so guys, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. As you say that we might get error, something like that, but yeah, just go ahead, fix it, and every time try something new. If you want to know more about the courses, just visit to tubeguruji.com, or you can visit on my channel. If you want the source code of this particular project, you can go to this tubeguruji.com, join the membership, and then you will get it all the source code for free. Okay, so guys, see you in the next video. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update. And if you really like this video, press like button.